They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody doesn't pray for us. Nobody doesn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to your...
What color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You're Jamaican.
No.
You're Jamaican. It's a difference, huh? It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to your...
What color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derives from?
Even white derived from black. Even white derived from black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans.
When I fill out a paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
How can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
And you're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that.
No.
You're making something up now.
No.
It don't say that. Our paperwork, we have to check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic black. You see what I'm saying? So, when we say black, we talking us. Y'all ain't us. Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't. So, we those seeds. We are not African seeds. We don't have no African bloodline other than what the white boy has.
Because he does not understand the difference between race, ethnicity, and identity. And yes, as he said, Puerto Ricans has got African roots.
Yes, sir. We're back. TikTok takeover. You dig? Cleaning up the FBA spaces, making sure you dig. This channel is the FDA of FBA spaces. We're gonna regulate, make sure they clean and not feeding into any type of toxicity. Right? Making sure everybody's on point. Promoting. When you're repping an FBA space, you need to be promoting reparations, delineation, and our core talking points. All that sideshow stuff, gotta knock it off. Or again, just don't put FBA there. You could say Black Americans and anything you want, but don't put FBA there. Like, you guys are muddying the water. You are poisoning the well. Right? Some of you guys know you're doing it. Other folks might not know. All right, because it's trending to be toxic. All right, so let's get the TikTok going. Let's get the TikTok going. All right, so we live on TikTok. We live on YouTube. And we're gonna finish up. So revenue called earlier, you know, belt to the ASS on revenue like I always do. Piece to Ricardo Flott. He mentioned Stokely Carmichael and black. Okay, so he put some voodoo on me because he had me arguing something that wasn't even debatable. So I'm gonna recover that in a second. Right. Let's get back to where I was when it comes to who is black ethnically and who is black because the white man says so for a whole different reason. Right. So I want to go back to explain what ethnically black is. Ethnically black means to tie all of your institutions, societal affairs, everything, you're tying in black, right? To everything you do. For example, if there's a bank amongst your ethnic group, produced by your ethnic group, for your ethnic group, that would be called a black bank. Okay. So after the Emancipation Proclamation, after 1868, right, there was something called the Freedmen Bureau, commissioned by Abraham Lincoln and his staff, his administration. The Freedmen Bureau provided freedmen or provided things, assistance for freedmen. Nobody else. So freedmen banks, freedmen schools, food for freedmen, or any type of assistance assimilating into the free life was specifically and exclusively for freedmen. Okay, so those freedmen directly benefited from that. We are the descendants of those freedmen. We are known as Black Americans. So you can use freedmen and Black American interchangeably. Okay, so the Freedmen Bureau, the Freedmen Banks, that is ethnically Black. That's tied to us and only us. Even though the word Black wasn't used, it's extended to us because those are our ancestors. There is our direct ancestors from the same lineage. Okay, so ethnically Black means all of your ways and ideas and inventions, innovations, achievements, struggles, everything is tagged Black. That's when you're ethnically Black. Revenue. You're too slow to understand that. That's cool. Example. Nigerian is really good at tech. Nigeria is really good at tech. Nigeria got some thriving, institutions in their country. Those thriving institutions are called Nigerian thriving institutions. They're ethnically Nigerian. They're not ethnically Black. They're not ethnically Haitian. They're not ethnically indigenous or West Indian. They are ethnically Nigerian. Nigerian politics, Nigerian flag, Nigerian army, Nigerian culture, Nigerian country. That's all ethnically Nigerian. So those people that have that shared experience in Nigeria are ethnically Nigerian. Then you could split that atom and then go to the tribes. Then you got ethnic Igbo people, ethnic Hausa, and you can go to Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, ethnically Ghanaian, ethnically French, ethnically Haitian. Then you have people who are ethnically Black. All right. So any tourism that goes on in Jamaica, that's Jamaican tourism. That's not Black tourism. You kind of following? Are you following the yellow brick roads? Are you following the yellow brick roads? okay, or the road, yellow big road, one road, singular, down to the logic, simple logic, simple logic, African apologists. Yes, anybody can join as long as you willing to have a dialogue. Oh, this guy. No, the number is growing. And by the way, my guy, I'm lit on YouTube too. I'm new to TikTok and I'm taking over. You're in my space, my guy. I would never. I said, yeah. Don't worry about the number. Just worry about you. Worry about you. Now,
You lagging, bro. Nothing.
what country you from, my guy?
I'm from North New Jersey.
Okay, so I know you were tethered. Or what island are you originally from? Huh?
I'm from America, but since I'm not in the group, you kicked me out of the whole lineage.
What group? What group?
Cause
No.
that's why we know it's a group. Cause y'all say it's a lineage, but then somebody disagree with you, and then I get kicked out.
How you get kicked out though? What you get kicked out of?
You said I'm not even from here, according to you.
I think you're tethered. Okay. Okay, so let me ask some questions. I got some questions. Let me vet you. Okay. So are you familiar with the transatlantic slave trade?
Yeah.
Okay, so who kidnapped us and sold us to who kidnapped us from Africa?
It was different. They were fighting each other. That was influenced by Europeans and
No, that's a tether response. Let's go back. Let's go back. No, they were not influenced. Yes. See, a tether can't even dialogue. No, but you are tethered. Let me get rid of you. You're tethered. Goodbye. Goodbye. I ain't going back and forth with tethers. Not when it's my time to shine. You dig? What's that, little Kim? It's my time to shine, buddy, not yours. Get back in the peanut gallery, you dig? And learn, tether. The fact that you get, I said kidnapping. I didn't say influence outside sources. I said who did the kidnapping. And the fact that you bring up somebody who are not involved in the kidnapping, I know you're tethered. All right. He started off with some of the truth. He said African tribes, and then he said the white T man. We know you're tethered. Just stick to what the original answer. It was the Africans. Okay, the Africans who enslaved us and sold us to the whitey man. Don't give me that influence stuff, bro. We know that slavery system was happening way before the white man got there, my guy. We know about the sub-Saharan African slave trade. All right. The whitey man was like, hey, man, he just had more money. He's like, yo, man, or more purpose. He had more purpose for the labor. He's trying to build a whole new nation, a whole new superpower. You dig? Something you Africans could never envision, not even today. All right. So anyway, let's get back to ethnically black. Yeah, you can't troll me because, you got to have some type of intelligence, some type of scholarship, some type of education, and it will be exposed. Now, ethnically, when you're ethnically something, it's all about you. For example, people who seek citizenship in America, okay, that's a nationality. And America gets the credit for everything you do in America. Okay, so if you come over here and be great, America get the credit, not your country. So that's what it means to be ethnically something. Haitians are ethnically Haitian. They got Haitian food, Haitian culture, Haitian language. They got Haitian revolutions. Okay, they have a Haitian army, they have a Haitian economy. They don't have a black army, they don't have a black economy. They don't have black politics, they have Haitian politics. I think they were going through a civil war, something like that just recently. That would be called a Haitian civil war, not a black civil war. So when you put the word black in Africa or the Caribbean, it means absolutely nothing. It doesn't describe anybody in particular. It means nothing, right? But when you say black in America, we know exactly who we're talking about. That's very crystal clear. When you say the fastest black man in the world, or the strongest black man, or the smartest black man in America, you're not going to think of somebody from Haiti or Jamaica or Nigeria. You're going to think of a black American. And you're right in doing so. Let me get Mike P up here. Hey, are y'all able to hear them on thank you, Maxwell Jenkins. 1 second, Mikey P. Are y'all able to hear the folks on TikTok? Put a 1 if you can. Mikey P, what's up? Oh, you made a mistake? No problem. Can y'all hear the people on TikTok? Let me know if you can. Put a 1 if you can hear the folks on TikTok very clearly. Let me do it like this, so I can see them when they click. Yeah, if y'all can hear the folks on TikTok, press A. Okay, great. All right, yeah, so we're ethnically black. We're black Americans. We are ethnically black. And as a result, we have the infamous it's became a world logo symbol, right? The Black Power fist, right? The Black Power fist. That's because we're ethnically black. So the fist is called the Black Power fist. When you're ethnically black, you name things after your ethnically symbolisms. Okay. We have Black Wall Street, Black Wall Streets. Okay. We have Durham, North Carolina. We have Rosewood. We have Greenwood, Tulsa, Oklahoma, and many other places. Because we're ethnically black. We have the Black Power slogan because we're ethnically black. We don't have an African slogan. We don't have a Zimbabwean slogan over here in America. We don't have a Jamaican or Haitian slogan. We have a Black Power slogan. Okay. We have the Black Panther Party. We don't have the African Panther Party, the Caribbean Panther Party. We have the Black Panther Party. Our money is called the Black dollar. It's not called the African dollar. It's not called the Jamaican or Haitian dollar. It's called the Black dollar because we're ethnically black over here in America. Foundational Black Americans. Ethnic Black Americans, Native Black Americans. It's all the same thing. We have black politics. There's a white wealth and black wealth gap. Black wealth. We have black on black crime. You in Jamaica, you have Jamaican on Jamaican crime. You in Haiti have Haitian on Haitian crime, and you in Africa have African on African crime. Okay. You have Nigerian churches. You have Jamaican churches. You have Haitian churches. We have black churches. See that? We're the first black to do something. We have black innovators, black inventions. You guys have Jamaican innovators, inventors, and you guys are the first Jamaicans to do something, the first Haitians to do something, the first Nigerians to do something. Because you guys are ethnically Jamaican and ethnically Haitian and ethnically Nigerian. You're not ethnically black. We're ethnically black. Ethnically black means to be homegrown. It ain't something you got somewhere else. You don't leave your country to be something. You become ethnic in your country. You become ethnically something in your country. Okay, it's all your ways of life. All your thinking is ethnically that. All the Haitians thinking is ethnically Haitian. All the Jamaican is ethnically Jamaican. All the ways of thinking, Africa, Nigeria is Nigerian thinking. Black America is black because we're ethnically black and nobody else is. You're ethnically whatever your homeland is, whatever your tribe is, whatever your culture is, your language. You're ethnically that. So I hope that's getting through your head. Okay. So I talked about race earlier, and just let me get through that again. Okay. So the confusion started really with Walter Plecker, right? Other white supremacists and other folks who played a part in this blooming block and things like that. But we have Walter Plecker. Walter Plecker was the registrar of Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics from 1912. That is, so we're 100 and plus years after that. So the Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics was like equivalent to what we know now as the OMB. Okay, the Office of Management, or the Office for Management and Budget. Okay, so Plecker, 100 some years ago, started the Virginia Bureaus of Vital Statistics from 1912 to 1946. There's no doubt on his belief system. He was a devout white tea supremacist, right? So his goal was to ensure that the white tea race, the white tea category, stayed pure, in his words. And to accomplish that goal, he had to weaponize the word Negro. So the word Negro at that time is being used as the word black is being used today. So Negro wasn't one ethnicity. Negro was many, whoever they want to put in there, whoever they decide belongs in that Negro box became a Negro. Okay, and the Negro box wasn't something to covet. It was not something desired. It was literally a cesspool, according to the white tea man. They created it to be a cesspool. So the Negro category was for anybody, Walter Plecker and other white tea supremacists deemed non-white. So after 1912 came 1924. 12 years later, he was responsible for an act called the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. Okay, because he did not like the idea of mulattoes or anybody passing for white tea. Because he didn't want nobody that's non-white to escape Jim Crow. He was a Jim Crow enforcer. So he made a crazy claim. He claimed that there were no more pure Indians in Virginia. He argued all of them have mixed with Negroes. So he instructed, he had a statewide instruction or directives to hospital clerks and census takers, their enumerators, to reclassify all Indians as colored or Negro. Got it? So by reclassifying indigenous people as Negro, he stripped them of their treaty rights. So you see, so in order to deny them something, in order to exclude them from something, he had to reclassify them. The same trick is being done today. In order to deny foundational Black Americans something, in order to exclude us for something, they got to lump people up as Black. Okay. So by lumping the indigenous people as colored or Negro, that is how they were able to steal their land on paper. Okay. He stripped them of their distinct ethnic group, ethnic identity, by lumping them up in the cesspool called Negro. So today, in order to water down Black Americans, our achievements, our progress, and even things that's bad for us, right? In order to make it seem like that's not happening, to water that down, they invited everybody into the Black racial category. So Negro was a racial category at that time, where everybody became that, and whoever's in that category, nothing is really owed to them. Because if you're a Negro, nothing's owed to you. Well, if you're in the Black race in America, nothing's owed to you, because nothing can be owed to any people based on race, according to the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause. Okay. So the white tea man has a history of lumping people up into a category to deny or strip them from something. So Black Americans, we see that happening in real time. So we said the way to get around that is to delineate. And to delineate means to get out of that trap. You got it? In order of us to get out of that trap, that box, that taboo box, that cursed box, you got to delineate. And once you delineate, you're not in that box. Now, whatever's owed to you is still owed to you. You can collect it. So when you create a box and dump people in it to deny or exclude them from things that's duly owed to them, rightfully theirs, that's called paper genocide. You are destroying a culture on a birth certificate. 1924, reclassifying indigenous as color Negro. So you destroyed their lineage on a birth certificate so the state wouldn't have to honor its debts to them. Over 100 years later, everybody's thrown in the black box, the black racial block, the black racial box. And as long as you're in that box, nothing is owed to you by law. Nothing is owed to you. You can't demand anything in that racial box. Okay? Hope y'all following. Walter Plecker didn't just want to track race. He wanted to expand the definition of Negro to capture as many people as possible, just like he expanded the definition of race, black. Black has been expanded to now any immigrant of Africa or the Caribbean, right? So he brought in Negro to throw everybody in there. He brought in black to throw everybody in there for the sole reason to target somebody, target an ethnicity, an ethnic group. And earlier it was indigenous people, and now it's Black Americans. Okay. And he did this, many different ways. He was the primary lobbyist for the strictest one-drop definition in U.S. history. He believed that check this out. He believed that 1/16 Negro blood made a person a Negro. Walter Plecker believed that even 1/16 Negro blood made a person a Negro. Well, the OMB, the new Walter Plecker, believes anybody with any trace of African ancestry, you're black. You dig? You're black, like the Black Americans. Okay, so the Negroes become the indigenous people become Negroes, and the African ancestral immigrants become black. So we talk to y'all, people of the Caribbean and people of Africa. This is all we're explaining to you. There's nothing you can do. We're not asking you to do something. We're just explaining to stay out the way. We got this. Now, if you want to get behind us, go ahead. But at the very least, stay out the way and let us address our government. Now, we know that nobody from Africa or the Caribbean come to America to end systemic racism. Okay, we know that. Well, how could you? You're on probation, right? Aren't you, with immigration? Like, you have permission to be in the country, which can be revoked, right? You're not an anchor baby. So we understand that you're handcuffed. But what you could do, if you're gonna, have an anchor baby, then train your anchor baby up to, join us. That would be revolutionary. That will be called unity. If that was the case. It's not the case, but if it was the case, that would be something you guys could have done. Because the baby becomes U.S. citizen, so there's no threat of deportation. You dig? So you become one of us in status. That's what you would think they would do when they say they want to be one with us. I say check up at the top of the key. Check ball at the top of the key. Right. So one more time, by making indigenous people Negro, they had to say that they had some African ancestry. To make immigrants black, same play, they gotta say they have some type of African ancestry. Same play.
Where are you?
Hey Jones, you meant to come up? You meant to come up, hey Jones?
Oh,
It's all good. It's all good. Um, you want me to drop you back down?
looking down.
Okay. I don't want you giving the plans away at your job, you dig? Okay. So now, are we all following? This is not a hard concept to grab. Must have PISSED somebody off in YouTube land because I'm being shadow banned over there. Okay. So by um by lumping indigenous people as Negro, it was called paper genocide. They erased them on paper or they affected them on paper. Let's say that. Let's say they attacked them on paper where they no longer had land rights and no debt was owed to them. By making everybody under the sun an immigrant, black, today, same thing. They're attacking black Americans directly. Nothing is owed to us. Nothing can be owed to us under the black race. Okay, that is irrefutable. So as I said before, Walter Plecker logic did not go away in 1946. It moved into the federal government. I'm giving you dates. 1977. It was the birth of, so it was an expansion of Walter Plecker's logic. So the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, in 1977, they issued statistical, same thing Walter Plecker did, statistical policy directive number 15, right? And that's used today to directly control and collect data on race today. So this is the new 2026 catch-all mentality. All right. So instead of defining people by their lineage, i.e., Black American, foundational Black American, the OMB defines you by the category of geography and phenotype. Okay. So the OMB defines Black as a person having origins in any of the African countries or any of the Caribbean islands. It's a catch-all, just like the Negro group. So that definition is a direct descendant of Plecker's Negro box. So they run it with the Plecker playbook. So that box, it ignores our 400-year specific history in this country and replaces that with a globalized racial junk drawer, globalized racial cesspool. They just dump everybody into this category with no specificity, no way to distinguish anybody from anybody. When you are thrown in the black race, nobody knows your country of origin, your culture. You're just black. Okay. And that wasn't to support any type of unity, right? That's not what they do. Miss Sweet, you might have hit the button by mistake, but since it's there, I'm gonna invite you on. Was that by mistake, Miss Sweet?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, no
I was
problem.
doing that. I was trying to type like.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, have a good day.
All right. Okay. So since the Black Power movement, 1960s, 1980s, we Black Americans use Black as an endonym. Endo meaning insider, nym, NYM name, insider name. We named ourselves. We named ourselves Black. Nobody named us Black. No outsider. Okay, so we use Black to define really all of our experiences in America. Everything from beyond, everything from that present day, and everything forward was Black. Now, in spite of that, the Plecker rule was in effect, right? Then the OMB took over, and they still had us on paper as a racial category, but it went undetected because we were the only people. You could say 99.9% of anybody who could be called Black as a race were foundationally Black Americans. So to us, when you said the Black race, like that was just us. Like we didn't know that it was a junk drawer for anybody immigrating into the country. We didn't know that at that time. That was exposed later when you had a large influx of immigrants by the millions. So immigrants, so after that, late in the 1990s, early 2000s, 2010s, 15s, we had a large influx of African ancestral immigrants. And they were encouraged to check the Black race box. So they become Black on paper. See, paper genocide. Everything's done on paper. So now they're Black on paper. They're part of the Black race. They're part of us. So when you become part of us, you become linked and tied. You tether on. This is a fact. You tether on into our struggles and accomplishments. You become Black like one of us. So what's owed to us becomes owed to you. But there's limited resources. You dig? And at the very least, you got to wait in line. At the very least. But that wasn't the case. In some cases, you guys were preferred and you skipped the line. Now, we had a fight. We had an ongoing fight, a historical fight with our government, right? And even our fellow countrymen. Something you know nothing about, immigrants. You came here with your own, problems back in your homeland. You didn't know anything about systemic racism, right? You didn't know anything about the 100 years of lynching, Red Summer. You didn't know anything about anything we really done over here. Black Reconstruction, sharecropping, clear the land. You don't know about that, right? Nobody faults you for that. But when you get in our way with your ignorance, yeah, it's gonna be a problem. So as a result of you guys being encouraged to click the Black race box, because by clicking that box, like I said, you're entitled to everything that was addressing us in our addressing us. Let's just say that anything that's addressing our historical harms, you now become a part of that. So our FBA ethnicity become buried under the racial categories, watered down, diluted. It becomes diluted. So now we got to split things that wasn't for you with you. What's going on, Lena?
Hey, Ron, how are you?
Great.
Listen.
Yes.
When you're talking about this blackness or we're all together, there's people. I don't know if that guy is still on in the comments or whatever, but there's plenty of videos of Africans saying that when they came to America, they didn't even know they were Black. So I don't know why this is a problem today when we have the receipts and why would they want to be in anything that we have, like our problems? Why would they want to interject themselves in our problems that we have to solve? Because they have organizations here in America, and we don't go to any of their meetings to try to interject ourselves in their,
Right.
their problems that they have. So it's quite rude and disrespectful for them to even think that they have a say-so in what's going on with us. But we do have receipts and records of plenty of Africans saying, "Oh, I only knew I was Black when I came to America,"
which is true. It was impossible to be Black in their homeland because there's no such thing as that reality. Like they can only be who they are in their homeland. Peace. Right. So if they're Nigerian and they Ghanaian, Cameroon, they could only be that. Like there's nothing else to be. Like there's no flat blackness. The Cameroon person doesn't think they're Black in a way. If like let's say if blackness was a thing, like how is it defined in Africa? Like how do you define Black? Because the Cameroon person know they're different from the Ghanaian person. But now all of a sudden they're just Black together. That won't make any sense because if they're African together, it's because they share the same continent. That makes sense. If they are well, they can't be ethnically together because the Cameroon's Cameroon, but the only thing they have in common at that point is that they're both African, and then that's the only thing they have in common. From there, it splits off Cameroon, Igbo.
Yeah, I mean, also they're having fights between the South Africans, and not one did I hear Black on Black crime or
Right.
Black man against Black men.
Right.
So this
You
is
heard
just
you heard Ghana, Ghanaians, and so and so, South Africans, and
South
so and so.
African.
Yeah. So
Well,
so that
we don't hear the term Black on Black crime or
right.
Black on Black hate
Right.
in all of the media that
Black
they have going
Black
on with the South
xenophobia.
Africa thing.
Yeah, no Black
Yep.
xenophobia, none of that stuff. You start to hear the truth.
Yeah.
Which is true. All right, bro, have a good one. Which is absolutely true. That's a great observation. Great observation. So, yeah, but the people in the chat, you know, they could try to revise history, but they couldn't articulate that on the panel with me because I would have to I'll ask them what year did you start calling yourself Black? Because it has to be documented. Like you just can't say it. It gotta be in your papers. It gotta be in your music and your politics. It's documented. Show us when you said you were Black. And they won't be able to do that any earlier than like 2015 or probably 2020, to be honest. I don't think they can even do 15. Maybe 2024. And I'm not being funny. Like their earliest documentation of them being Black in their papers and music is probably 2024, 25. So they're Black for the wrong reason. They're Black to cosplay and steal resources or tether on to resources.
Yeah, I mean, this one guy is talking about Tariq was in Zimbabwe and
No, wait.
was better.
Wait, hold on.
Dude, it
Hey,
has
Lena,
nothing to do with our lineage.
Lena, hold on. Hey, don't allow nobody that skate route. Whatever Tariq Nasheed does, that's what he does. This is unbiased Ron, FBA News and Updates. Let's talk about what I do. Lena's talking. Let's talk about what she does. Let's not bring in people who's not on the panel because they can't defend themselves. Tariq is a grown man and he's gonna do what he does. I'm a grown man and you're a grown man. We're gonna do what we do. So talk about me. I never been to Africa. Don't plan on going, okay, at all. So yeah, let's talk about me. He's not the leader.
And he's talking about food. We're talking about lineage. So stay on topic, dude.
Yeah, but even with that, I mean, food is food. Food is
right.
It's an acquiring taste. To some people, it's great. To some people, it could be terrible. And then you got different cooks. Yeah, but I don't let nobody do the Tariq Nasheed narrative with me. They hear my voice.
Gotcha.
Okay, so yeah, so whatever Tariq Nasheed wants to do, they got to call his show and get cooked by him.
Right.
Right. But that tells you that our arguments and our positions are airtight because they can't address what we're saying. It's like, no, address what I'm saying before I'm live. This is live. Address what I'm saying. You can't. Okay. And you're not ethnically black. And if you think you are, you should join the panel and explain to us so we can laugh how you're ethnically black. And half of them don't even like to admit where they're from. All right. So that's some of the reasons. Well, that's the main reason why we're delineating. We're getting out of that racial category that's cursed and taboo, right? You can't demand anything in that racial box. Now, some people will troll us and gaslight us and say, "Hey, man, I don't recall the word delineation during the 70s and 80s." Yeah, it's because it was no need to. We were the only people who could be considered black in the country. 99.9%, we were the representation of who can be called black. It was in the term delineation wasn't even like fathomable. We were the only black race people on the planet. So we thought that was a category exclusively for us. And we found out later though. So when we found out it wasn't for us, and all immigrants under the sun can be called black overnight, now obviously we delineate. I mean, that's like an obvious answer to that. And there's other people across the world who has also delineated for the same reason in other countries. So this is not something like foreign. It's not a foreign thought. It's very common when people are grouped in with other folks they don't share a historical culture with. Okay. So Walter Plecker was successful in turning indigenous people into Negroes on paper, and now the OMB is trying to be successful in turning immigrants from Africa and Caribbean black. Okay. So we're seeing the same old trick for 100 plus years ago, making its way back into our politics. And we are speaking out against it because we know, unbeknownst to the guy in the chat that may or may not want to join. So we got Divinely Black Beauty. Let's see if she clicked the link purposely or unintentionally. Divinely Black Beauty.
Trying to do the lights and then we get called up.
Divinely Black Beauty.
Fine. Yeah, we're trying to hit the lights, Ron. We're trying to hit the likes, but it keeps asking to come up.
For the person hit the panel?
I don't think so. She went down.
Okay.
Yeah, we're trying. You know, when you hit the screen to hit likes, it's requesting a lot of people to come up.
Okay, I got you. So that's why they unintentionally. I got you. Okay, that makes sense. Because the last brother said.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, no problem. No problema. All right, so now this is for the people in the chat who's bringing up Tariq Nasheed for no reason. Like that's a distraction. Africans do not call themselves black ethnically, and they don't even see themselves as African together. Right? So that concept is fairly new. So prior to recent times, prior to that wasn't the case at all. And I'm gonna go into that in a second. Let me just look at my YouTube comment section, make sure over there everything is good. So we got I am Trek ethnically black means what to occur. Okay. All right. So let me so he raised some interesting points. Let me see if he's willing to engage with me. Hold on. I'm gonna try to do it where you guys can hear it. Hold on 1 second. Yo, this right here is killing me. This fully controlled thing on Zoom is just in the way. Hey, I am Trek. I'm gonna see the link. You can join, but if you start to over talk and get all crazy, I'm kicking you off. Okay, so I'm gonna time you out while you wait. What was that comment? Okay, so I'm gonna time you out into as you call in for half an hour. All right, you still could click the link. Iman Trek. I think I educated them before. All right, anyway, so Africans have never seen themselves as one people, right? There are 54 modern countries who never try to get together and become one big country, one big continent. You have thousands, did y'all hear me? Thousands of ethnic groups in Africa. There's only one black ethnic group in America. There's thousands in Africa. You guys got some work to do. Talking about unity and Pan-Africanism. You got a lot of work. You talking about Burkina Faso and Mali and Guinea. That's only 3. You got 1,000 more to work on. Okay? You got the 1,000 islands. You guys got to get to work, man. Amongst the thousands of ethnic groups and islands, in some cases, they got hundreds and thousands of different languages. Who knows how many religions? Who knows how many different kingdoms, histories, and colonial borders? This is why they take the easy way out. They just identify themselves by their ethnic group, kingdom, clan, religion, language, region, without including other people who don't have a shared ethnic group, kingdom, clan, religion, language, region. So the Akan is different from the Yoruba, different from Igbo, different from Wolof, different from Zulu, different from Fulani, Ashanti, Hausa. Okay, so no, they don't go around Africa calling each other brothers and sisters. Not before us. That's something that we invented and invited to the world. Even Europeans don't go around calling, the French don't go around calling it the Irish brother and sister. That's something we did in Black America. Calling people who we never known, seeing for the first time. What's up, brother? What's up, sister? Sister June, brother Charles. That's us. That's our language in Black America. People who we never known from nothing, but we recognize that person as Black American. Hey, what's up, brother? All right, that was something we did. There's no brotherly term for you guys in the Caribbean for a Jamaican to call a Trinidadian brother and sister. That term doesn't exist. Not until after us. Not until we invented that. All right. So let's be clear here. There's no African term for we all one before Black Americans did our thing here with the brother and sister term. Right. So I just want to put some respect there, some context there. Now, ethnically Black means you go around saying you're Black and beautiful, like Dr. King. You go around saying Black power, like the Black Power movement. You go around talking about Black studies, and you go around Black arts movement. You know, we redefined Black. That's what we did. Politically and culturally, we redefined it. Whatever the negative connotations were, it quickly went away. All in one movement. The civil rights movement by itself redefined Black, how it's applied to people. Went from negative to positive. So we call our enterprises Black enterprises. We call our politics national Black political conventions. We call our Panther parties Black Panther parties. We call our churches Black churches. We call our caucuses Black caucuses. We call our colleges Black colleges. Okay. So Black function in America socially as a people name. Is that clear? Ethnicity is self-identification. We named ourselves. Shared culture. We have a shared culture and social recognition. Socially, we are all recognized as Black Americans. We are all recognized as Black. Once people know that our history stems from U.S. chattel slavery, oh, okay, you're the Black people. You're the Black Americans. All right. We transform Black into a standalone ethnonym tied to a distinct national historical experience. That's an irrefutable fact that most African and Caribbean national identities got to bear witness to. All right. So you're calling yourself something black later. You're adding black to Jamaican. Well, I'm a black Jamaican. You're adding black to African. Well, I'm a black African. I'm a black Nigerian. You're adding black to Haitian. I'm a black Haitian. What the hell is that? We're just black. We're not adding black to nothing. We're just black. But you see one thing they won't do, they won't exchange Haitian for black. They won't just be the black people on that island. Jamaicans won't replace Jamaican for black. They'll toy around with it. Black Haitian. No, 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 no. We'll take you seriously when you get rid of Haitian and just say we're black. We're black. And then you have your black politics, your black power, your black economy, your black churches, the black dollar, your black civil war, your black gangs. That's not the case. Not the case at all. So our government, through the OMB, Office of Management and Budget, has redirected our ethnicity and race, right? African American, now all of a sudden that's the ethnicity, and they made black the race. But also African American works as a race as well. So what they did was the OMB, the government, it purposely ignored the way the term black functioned as an ethnicity in America. They ignore that. They don't consider that at all. Now this is going to be a race. Okay. In spite of black functioning ethnically and socially in U.S. history, that cannot be erased. It's called the Black Power movement, and it went far beyond that. Okay. There is something called black neighborhoods. Right? They say crack destroyed black neighborhoods. They didn't say African American neighborhoods, and if they did, they also said black. But we know it was all about the black neighborhoods. Okay, so forevermore, black Americans were the only ones using the English word black. I'm not saying a French word, Creole word, French word noir. I'm not saying a Portuguese, Spanish word negro. I'm saying black. We use it as a standalone ethnonym, and we popularized and institutionalized it in the United States as a standalone people name tied to a unique historical experience, tied to a unique ethnogenesis. Right? In America, and only in America, we transformed black from a racial label imposed by the white man into a people-centered identity tied to our specific history, culture, politics, and collective experience. The word they hate the most is ethnogenesis. They hate that word. What's your DNA test? What about ethnogenesis? What is that? All right, so going further. What is the difference between race? You might ask, what is the difference between race, ethnonym, and ethnicity? Right? Because mixing those up is why we're having this fake diaspora war. Well, while you guys are having it. So race is a box they put everybody in, right? It's a system created by white man, not Africans, not the West Indians, not Black Americans. Nobody of African ancestry came up with the race. Right? Don't lie to yourself. That is a system created by the whitey man. Why? Why? When the whitey man creates something, is it for the good of Africans? Is it for the good of the Caribbean? Is it for the good of Black Americans? I think not. It was primarily for the purpose of classification and for creating a hierarchy with themselves at the top. It's a broad physical category, right? This is how Negro came about. They looked at people and said, you're a Negro and you are worthy of enslavement and you ain't even human. So this racial thing is the same. It's based on physicality, like your skin color, hair texture, and facial features. Okay? When you see black on a government form, that's race. That's not ethnicity. Okay, so you guys like to use the police analogy, right? Well, if a police pull you over, A, B, and C, well, let's entertain that. Let's entertain the police analogy. If a police officer pulls anyone over and looks at us, all right, without key indications, without a flag being visible, and there's nothing there, he just look at you while you roll past. Is it possible he could think you must identify as one of those people in that black race box? Sure. Sure. That's likely true, right? But that's a racialized judgment because that black box, see, he ain't trying to figure out if you're Igbo, you're riding by the Caribbean or Black American. He see a face that's non-white with some melanin. It's possible he's like, yep, got him, Charlie. But tell me this, what the heck does that got to do with delineation? So acknowledging that. Okay, let's say the white T man does see us all as Negroes or blacks, black racially. What in the heck that has to do with delineation? That is the problem. The problem is that they see us all as one without distinctions. That's the problem. They don't want to make distinctions. They don't want to consider your historical background and your historical harm with whoever. That's the problem. Is everybody the same? But they don't do that with the small hats. They don't look at them as, oh, everybody, small hat. Or take the hat off, man. You one of us. That's not how they treat them. So we're demanding the same treatment. Like, no. Because to lump up the small hats as just a whitey man, well, a lot of aid that they're receiving goes away. You see what happens when you're paper genocided? If they are, let's say tomorrow, the small hats are lumped up in the whitey classification, right? If they're just a race, no longer an ethnic group of people, then all of the aid, all of the anti so is gone. That fast. The historical harm is watered down, and it's tied into the whitey man global historical harm. See how that works? And we're saying that's what's happening to us. And again, we're not blaming immigrants. We're blaming our no good government. We're holding our government accountable. You come into question when you get in the way of that and start caping for your zaddy. That becomes a problem with you. And when we see you in the way, all we think of is Hawk smash. You dig? We ain't gonna say, my brother, can you step out the way? No, sir. All we see is Hawk smash. And we understand why you were getting away. Some of you guys are dealing with it's called ethnic inferiority complex. You guys think that you're gonna miss out on something if we're successful in our fight. You think that you won't be privy to something that we're privy to, and that's a fact. You won't be. And if you are one of those one for all, or that slogan, if one person gets it, we all get it type thing, yeah, you done lost your mind. So once again, for the slow people, race is imposed from the outside. It's not imposed from the inside. That's not something Black people made up in America foundational black people, ethnic black people, native black people. That's not something any African made up or any person West Indian. That's the white man. All right. So one more time, none of us created the black race. None of us melanated people created the black race. The white man did. It's a political and social category designed to manage everybody in that box. Okay. It's not a community that we built ourselves. It's not a good look. The racial thing ain't a good thing. Okay. So how is race different from ethnicity? Ethnicity is the culture that everybody lives and breathes. Okay. It's the we, the plural noun, the plural possessive noun, we. Got it? It's everybody's shared history, everybody's collective language amongst themselves, not all together, amongst themselves. Right? It's every ethnic group. I should say that it's every ethnic group's different shared history, every ethnic group, different language, every ethnic group, food, music, traditions, values, and worldview. It's learned, it's practiced, and it's passed down. We pass down Black, you pass down Jamaican, you pass down Haitian, you pass down Nigerian. Ethnicity is a specific lived experience. Race is not. Race is built on phenotype and maybe some ancestry 1,000 years ago. But ethnicity is built on your genealogical records, things that are current. Your lived experiences, right? Someone's ethnicity could be Igbo. And if that's the case, it comes with a specific language, traditions about marriage, and a history rooted in a particular region of Nigeria. Someone's ethnicity could be Irish. And guess what? They got their own language, music. They got their own history. Ethnicity is how we identify ourselves, right? Differently from each other. Okay? It's private. You don't join that. You're born into it. Or no. It's born into you. Ethnicity is born into you. I think you meant to hop on fresh. I don't know if you meant to hop on. I think what's going on is what Lena said. So now you see that troll Iman track didn't click that link. I don't have it pinned. Wait, let me pin it. Yo, this time be going by so fast, Lena. I tell you. Revenue, where you at, man? He called in earlier trolling with Stokely Carmichael. No, Steve Coakley. Where you at, buddy? Now, that's an ethnicity. Shared experiences. Passing it down from generation to generation. An ethnonym is the specific name. So we got ethnicity is your shared experiences. Race is a category the white man made up, the white man made up to lump you up in a box based on how you look, basically. But an ethnonym is a name of that people, that specific people that the people give to themselves. When you name yourself, at the very least, accept the name. That's an ethnonym. Ethno means people. Nym, N-Y-M means name. Ethnonym. It's the word we choose to represent our shared ethnicity. It's not a big deal. So Black is a simple word. Oh, it's a color. No. It's a word. Before it's a color, it's a word. Okay? It's a word we chose to represent our Black American shared ethnicity. It's a word. It's a word that can be defined as a color in the crayon box. And it's also a word that can describe something. And it's also a word that we just adopted as our name. Nothing big to it. Not that deep. It's not that hard to comprehend, I don't think. Igbo. So black is an ethnonym for Black Americans. Igbo is an ethnonym for some Nigerians. Jamaican is an ethnonym for them. Irish is an ethnonym. These are the names people chose for their own groups to some degree. So you guys can't look at black as a racial group exclusively. You got to look at black as an ethnonym. It's actually our name. It's not just a racial box the white man lump up billions of people in that don't know each other, that don't have nothing in common, no shared history in common. It's an ethnonym for Black Americans. That's a fact. So we are the only people that has took a word, a color word, a racial label, okay, and we said we're Black. We turned that color word, we turned that racial label into an ethnonym, a name for people, not a color, not a racial category. The word B-L-A-C-K. B-L-A-C-K. When somebody's last name is Black, let's say somebody's name is Joe Black. That's his last name. It's a name. That's not his race. That's not describing the color of him. He could be white. Whitey. That's his name. So you can take a word that defines something and say, hey, I want that word, but I'm not the definition of it. I want that name to represent what we got going on. It's that simple.
In the Caribbean as well, the Bahamians are kicking out the Haitians. I didn't hear anything about black on black crime or black xenophobia or anything like that. So I was looking through the media to see if they mentioned anything about black.
Dang.
There was none.
Dang it. Yeah, so the truth is coming out. And you know what you should do? You should screenshot those tabloids, right? The papers, right? The title, the headlines. And you should send those to me. So we can I can make that a thumbnail. And I can say, well, this was your opportunity to globally be seen as Black. You dropped the ball. You put Bahamian. You put Haitian. You put Ghanaian. You put Nigerian. You put South African. You put everything but Black.
Okay.
So we Black Americans, we took a word from their dictionary. Got it. A word they associated with colors first, and then everything ugly and evil, like Dr. King articulated. And we filled it with our own meaning. We filled it with our own pain. Okay. From chattel slavery. Hold on. From chattel slavery through our strengths or our strength on the plantations. Okay. Sharecropping fields. Our genius in creating jazz and gospel, rap, our fight in the civil rights movement, our style, our AAVE, our entire 400-year ethnogenesis on this soil, we made Black stand for a specific shared culture and history. We made it an ethnicity. We made it ours. That's not too hard to comprehend, right? When a Nigerian comes to America, what happens? Racially, they become Black in the eyes of the white T man system. But their ethnicity isn't lost. It doesn't get detached from them. They don't got to revoke it, detach from it, rebuke it. That Nigerian is still ethnically Igbo or Yoruba, right? While their nationality name, their nationality ethnonym is not is Nigerian. They didn't go through what we went through to call themselves Black. Like we didn't go what they went through to be Igbo or Nigerian. We were not part of, our ancestors wasn't part of the Haitian Revolution. So we can't say we're Haitian. You know, we know nothing about the Hutus and the Tutsis in Rwanda to call ourselves one of them. We know nothing about that. We know nothing about, well, we know something about King Leopold, was it the second? Because it was a foundation Black American journalist who exposed the crimes over there. It wasn't the African man or the Caribbean man. It was a foundation Black American journalist that went over there and broke the story and drew attention towards that. So no, your history, Caribbean people, aren't ours. Africa, it's not ours, and ours isn't yours, and it's okay. It's okay. Not saying good or bad. When a Jamaican comes to America, they are also racially Black. When a Haitian comes to America, they are racially Black only because the government says so on a census form. Because the government said in order for paper genocide to work in 2026, all of you immigrants, you have to be racially Black. This is how we water down FBA's claim. Any debt owed to them or anything owed to them, any justice due to them. We water it down by making all of you guys Black. Again, this isn't, we're not saying this is your idea. We're saying you're innocently being used as a pawn. That's all we're saying, which is a fact. You guys have a different flag, and your flag is not called the Black flag. The only Black flag that I know of is the Black American Heritage flag by Melvin Charles, 1967. You guys don't know nothing about that. You know about the Haitian flag. You know about the Jamaican flag. You know about the Trinidad and Tobago flag. You know about the Bahamian flag, the Nigerian flag, the Ghanaian flag, right? The Zimbabwean flag, the Congolese flag, the Sudanese flag, the Somalis flag. You know about that. You don't know about the Black flag. You never seen the Black flag until we showed you. You have a different flag that ain't called Black. You have a different national anthem. Your history is with colonialism. Our history is with slavery, chattel slavery. Okay? We are the descendants of American chattel slavery. We are not the descendants of British colonialism or French colonialism or whoever Belgian colonialism. We're not descendants of that. You guys are. Okay? We went through a unique ethnogenesis, distinct, where we mixed with indigenous people and the white T man. We were mixed together, and as a result, we became a homogenous people out of the ashes. So in that struggle, we took the one thing we had left. Okay? We became one. we built our entire ethnicity around that homogenous experience, right? So that's what we did, and some other people did it as well. We made black a name for ourselves. We made it our people name. We made it our people name. That's why when you ask people of Africa or the islands, you ask them, are you black ethnically or racially? And they will get confused. And they will try to say ethnically, then you say, explain what is black ethnically? What is ethnically black? And they can't explain it to you. We have revenue fumble the ball. They can only say racially black, which is true. And when they admit that, that means that they are exonymically black. What does that mean? That means white man said they're black. They didn't call themselves black. The white man said, hey, you Nigerians, you're black now. Disrespecting their Nigerian history, their Igbo history. Hey, you're not Jamaican, you're black now. Disrespecting Jamaicans' struggles and fights. That's what they have always done. Hey, you're a Negro. Hey, West Africans. Hey, people of Kush. You're Negro. Disrespecting their unique, great Kush culture. Okay. Hey, indigenous people of America, you're Negroes. Okay, disrespecting their indigenous rich culture in America. That's what they did. And they doing it to you again, and they trying to do it to us. Hey, all y'all just black racially, which means nothing racially. You just look similar. So they just try to lump us all together. And now we share a race together, something the white man made up, some cesspool. We do not share the same ethnonym. Your race is black, and they made our race black, but we don't acknowledge that at all in America. We acknowledge our ethnicity. When we say I'm black and proud, or black lawyers rock, or black doctors rock, black women rock, black girls rock, Black Lives Matter, we're talking about foundational black Americans. You guys think racially, we think ethnicity. We think of a shared experience, you guys think of a shared look. You get it? When we hear Black Lives Matter, we think of a shared history in America dating back 400 plus years. You guys think of a shared look. We're not even black the same. So no, black is not a color to us. It's the name of our nation. It's the name of our people. And it's the name that we and we alone earn the right to bear with pride. We got songs named after it. Revenue, where are you? No other people made black its primary standalone ethnonym in the same way black Americans, okay? Nobody. How that song go, nobody. Nobody done that. You're playing catch up. You're playing catch up. You're playing catch up. But I eat my hot dogs with just mustard. Hold the ketchup. Can't catch up. So look, whether you like it or not, you guys are being used. You guys are using black as a racial umbrella. That's how you can only use it. Because the white man defined black as a race. We didn't. You didn't. We defined black as an ethnicity. We use black as a primary people name, ethnonym, endonym. Okay. A primary nationality for people of Jamaica is Jamaican. Okay. They're Jamaican. Sometimes they're called Afro-Jamaican. Sometimes they're called West Indian. Sometimes they're called Caribbean. When are they called black? Nigerians, that's your primary nationality. And sometimes, well, primary ethnicity would be Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. Haitians, your primary identity is Haitian. All right. And the people in Zimbabwe, okay, that is your nationality. And some of your ethnicities could be Shona, from the Shona tribe. So black for you is racial. All right. Just make that very clear. Black for you is racial. It's not any of y'all primary ethnonym. Many of you from the Caribbean and Africa, you adopted the broader black identifications in the U.S. racial context way, way after we made it lit in the 60s. You started to embrace it wholesome recently, like 2024 type recent. Okay. 100% after U.S. immigration shift after 1965. Okay. Because of census categories. Some of you took it for diversity frameworks. Okay. University systems that Lena talked about. Some of these scholarships. BLACK. Not Negro, not Noor, not Sudan. BLACK. You added that recently for convenient purposes only.
There's an article in the African Analyst that was written last year, and the title is "We Are Not Black. No Black or Negro has ever existed in Africa. We are African."
Wait, where's that from?
The African Analyst .com newspaper, and it's from 2005.
I need that. I need that.
Okay.
I need that. Oh my God, you guys are done.
Where do you want me to send it to your inbox or where?
Yeah, that you got my email, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Send it to both.
Okay.
So long before you guys in America identify as black as a racial category, we've been doing that. We've been doing that 60 years before you. But not as a racial category, not because we all look alike. Like I said, you guys are black because you look alike, by the way, because the whitey man says so. So we're going from the whitey man perspective. He said you all look alike, so you're all black. We ain't saying that. We're saying we shared alike. That's why we're black. We shared alike.
Did you talk about the black Tainos that I Show Speed saw and nobody talked about them being African?
Where at?
I think when he went down to the Caribbean, he saw some black Tainos or whatever.
Well, you mean
I Show Speed?
Yeah, you mean some dark Tainos, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because you're describing them, right? So they're dark, right?
Right, and then I hadn't heard anybody say that they were Africans.
Right. They know better. They know it's a whole finesse. So our ethnonyms historically have been Negro, colored, black, Afro-American for the most part. All right. And recently African American in the 2000s. And that's a fairly new term too, African American family. That's not ancient. That's 2000s when it became like federally recognized on government forms. That's around 2000s. So somebody like Revenue would be like, yeah, but the government didn't federally recognize black as an ethnicity. Again, like these guys from different countries put too much value and credibility in the white T man. My guy, the government not formally classifying black as an ethnicity does not erase our history and how we use the word. We used it as an ethnicity. We used it socially and institutionally, my guy. We still use it now socially and institutionally. We still use it now as our ethnonym. All right. You guys don't. You're still Jamaican. Historically, white American openly used Negro, colored, far more than the word black for much of U.S. history. So the white T man barely used the word black to identify us. They usually use Negro and colored. All right. Early 1900s, Jim Crow era, segregation era. Black became popular way after that. Civil rights era, 1960s and on. Okay. We, Black Americans, with the help of a few others, have consciously elevated and normalized Black as a positive collective identity after rejecting terms like Negro and colored. Okay. Other groups may have used Black only racially. Okay. Other groups may have used Black racially because the white man had said, this is the thing you should do in order to get DI treatment, affirmative action benefits, housing, SNAP, WIC, TANF. You might want to check the Black racial box, buddy. But we, Black Americans, are the primary group that transfer Black into a standalone people name tied to our unique ethnogenesis in America that was tied to our institutions, politics, and identity. Let me see how we looking on YouTube. Right. Born in Me sent. Oh, thank you, Born in Me. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate you. Let me start shouting it out. Okay, so I'm new to that. So Maxwell Jenkins, thank you. More Enemy, thank you. Appreciate you guys dearly. So I'm being shadow banned. Shadow banned, like I get shadow banned here and there. Lena from YouTube. So right now I'm being shadow banned from YouTube. I can't imagine why. But I'm being because I'm having people text me saying they didn't even get the notification, and that means, the shadow ban is being taken place. That's why I say it's important for folks to like. When you like the video, that's the way around the shadow ban.
Yeah, like and share.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So just to reiterate and to summarize my argument, I'm saying Black Americans, we are thrown into the race Black category by white T man. We're thrown into the Black ethnicity by our own selves, and we're Black historical identity that we share together, political identity, social identity, and peoplehood. All of that is converged into Black. That's what makes us Black. We share the same ethnicity, historical identity, political identity, social identity. Okay. All of that makes us Black. We don't share that with you immigrants, but it's okay. That don't mean we can't get along and ally. But I'm telling you, the allyship is strong when you're proud to be where you're from. And you're not trying to cosplay as one of us or tether onto our ethnonym. That's when we can really, really do something together. But as long as you guys are tethered onto Black, yeah, man, it's gonna make unity very difficult. I'm just being real with you. What they say, I'm just keeping it a buck. None of you center Black as your primary standalone ethnonym, okay? The indigenous people of Jamaica said this is Zaimaka. British folks came back later and made it an exonym. They said, you're Jamaica. You're Jamaican. Delineation said 1804, we are Black. No, I'm trolling. He said, we are Haitian. The white team man lumped up all of the Africans in the Nigeria area, the Niger area, and said, you guys are all Nigerian. And he said you all were Black, and you guys understood you're still different ethnically. You have your ethnic tribes, and none of them are called Black. Okay? Black, for us, functions socially like an ethnicity in America long before institutions formally treated it that way. Okay? So we don't care what how the whitey man wants to define Black. I know this. Well, the whitey man, he never acknowledged your Blackness as an ethnicity. Well, we did. You look at how we look at our newspapers. We called our communities in the 1960s throughout the 1980s. We called our communities, not the African community, the Black community, as an ethnic term, Black leaders, Black neighborhoods, and the Black vote. Okay, we had Black leadership in many cities. It was called the Black unemployment, right? And they said Black families, we were heavily resided in urban areas, right? So no, these were not colored descriptors for us. We were describing distinct shared social group in America, okay, with common history, economic conditions were the same, and we had the same political interests. That's how ethnic language behaves. We had TV and media, right? Black America, it was called Black Culture, Black Experience. News coverage of the Civil Rights Movement, the Black Struggle, the Black Americans Demand. Shows like the Black Journal, PBS, 1968. Shows like news segments on Black urban life. That is called ethnically being Black. You don't have that in the Caribbean. You don't have that in Haiti. You don't have such language in Africa. I'm giving the date, 1968, Black Journal, PBS. And when they said Black, blackity, Black, Black, they were talking about descendants of U.S. chattel slavery during segregation. So you would normally see Black Americans in reports, the Black population and census discussions, even, you know, when they try to intermingle that with with African Americans. When they had war on poverty reports, right? They would say black poverty, the Black neighborhoods. Our Civil Rights Commission reports, Black. Urban policy discussions, Black. So all of those documents treated Black Americans as a policy group a historical population, a targeted community. That's ethnic style uses. Okay? Not just racial uses, because racial uses will be inclusive to you guys.
I must say that, in my travels throughout Africa and the Caribbean, they wholeheartedly rejected Black because they used to bleach. They didn't think fondly of the word Black or
Right.
being called Black. They have some of the highest number of skin bleaching ever.
Oh my God.
So in a way, we kind of influence them to embrace their Blackness and be proud to be Black, and I would say we influenced that a lot from that.
Yeah, and don't forget, like, they look at Black as like a skin color. So if you're bleaching, so if you're Black because you're dark or brown and you bleach yourself light, then to them, they're white now. So
They go as far as bleaching their lips pink.
that's crazy.
Mm. I mean, I wouldn't, sometimes I don't say anything because, they're always like, nah, I was always like, no.
Right.
Because we even, pushed that they would have like Black representation with their kids' dolls. I mean, none of them were having dolls, Black dolls and stuff. But now, I can see that some of them are embracing that. So I don't know, the whole I am Black thing now is just mind blowing to me.
Yeah. So, and they should embrace dark dolls, Black dolls. They should. You dig? But ethnically, it just ain't there. So they like to go to the dictionary. I heard some of them going to the dictionary. And Dr. King explained the dictionary, and y'all ignore that. So dictionaries, let me tell you about dictionaries. Dictionaries describe how terms are commonly used, but they don't define how groups historically identify themselves. That's what they do. Dictionaries don't tell you how the word is being applied in real time. Okay? When we say, "Hey man, I'm cool," well, the dictionary definition of cool was something cold, chilled. But when we apply "I'm cool" or "he think he cool" or "you ain't cool," we didn't consider the dictionary definition. Fresh always. His name is Fresh Always. You think he's considering like fresh fruit, ripe fruit off the tree? Or do you think that fresh was a modern way to say I'm cool? I'm dope. That's a modern way to say I'm fresh. But dope has a dictionary definition that we did not consider at all when we said we're dope. So you guys can't deny the fact that Black has functioned as a cultural identity for Black Americans long before Jesse Jackson popularized African American, right? Way before that. So now, by the way, Jesse Jackson, in order to get African American circulating, he had help by white tea, man, media, all type of people got behind that. There was no, and like normally when a political party try to bend for us Black people in America, normally the other party come out and strike it down or oppose. Well, where was that opposal when they joined Jesse Jackson and said we're African American? Where was the other side? Where was the Republican outburst? Yeah, no, y'all not. They were totally silent and quiet. When the liberals, the Democratic Party, DNC went out there and promoted African American. their political ops would normally see the opportunity to come out and say, look at them, and make that an issue. They were totally quiet because they seen black as something as revolutionary, troubling, you dig, and they seen African American as something safe and deportable.
Another thing, I don't know if you mentioned this before, but the small hat said that they're worried about Black Americans.
Well, you can't say small hats because then you're saying that's like somebody saying FBA said this. So what to be correct and to not lump them all up, you can say some people from that community
Right.
said
Got
something.
it.
Right.
Correction. Some people, that clip that was going around, there's some people that said that, you know, we were a threat to them.
Right. And
they didn't say all, you know, people who claim to be Black. They had a particular group of people that they know that they're talking about.
let me go to Google real fast. Let me see something. Let me see something.
And since they're all, we have flat blackness now. If they said that, how many people said that they're gonna be down for the Black cause? You know what I mean? Like, please.
Yeah, none of them. Now watch this. So to be Black means that you have some type of historical ties to lynchings. Now there were, you know, the immigrants will tell you, hey man, we were in Harlem, we were in New York, we were in Florida. Okay. So that means I'm sure the KKK went to your neighborhood and started some mass lynchings, right? I don't think there's any documentation of such thing happening. Now they had enclaves. They had enclaves. So like they were in the South. They were in the racist South. They were in Florida. Why these Klan people in Florida didn't feel compelled to go out there and do y'all harm? Why reserve that energy for Black Americans, the real Blacks?
Right.
Since you're Black, right? They see us all the same. Y'all say, well, that don't sound right. With the most racist, terroristic people in this country, there's no history of them targeting y'all.
They have their own churches. They have their own association. I don't think I've ever heard any of them being targeted.
But they say they see us all the same.
Right.
It wouldn't make any sense. Because I would expect some of the same treatment.
Mm-hmm. You know what happened to that church in South Carolina? They have plenty of churches around the country now. Integration of schools. Where were they?
Mm-hmm. Let me let me give a shout out to those who supports in ways of, I gave the super chat shout out. Now I'm gonna give the Cash App shout.
My family, my family is from the Carolinas, Louisiana, so yeah, no. You don't see that. We didn't see them down there at all. I spent every summer down there. We don't see them in our churches. We don't see them active in our churches and our civics activities. No pictures of them graduating in mass with our parents that graduated in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Yeah, no.
Well, I used to believe I was
So I want to say
old reparations due to slavery.
Back in Action, $30 super chat, love, lineage love, and Maltine Dave, $20 super chat, lineage love. Thank you very much. Back in action. He was back in action with $10 super chat. And y'all already know what I did with that. That went right in the gas. Thank you so much for that. So that was definitely went straight to gas. Okay. Yeah, so as you see, some of you guys have noticed that I went live super early this morning. So kind of get used to that. Probably not tomorrow, but starting like Monday going forward, get used. No, not Monday. I got an appointment. Tuesday going forward, I'm gonna try to get out there early and get out there early because I'm also starting because you know the I don't know if you know Lena, but I teach chess to elementary kids, young kids, 6, 7, 8 years old, and I'm getting ready for the summer to run my programs. So I've been back in action, like going over my chess, working on my game, making sure I'm tight, going over my lessons, making sure the kids learn. So that's why I've been going early. So my thing is I don't have too many hours in a day to throw chess in there. So I'm going early to do my YouTube, TikTok, and then the goal is and maybe do a TikTok like now or YouTube now, and then chess later the rest of the day, the second half of the day. So that's what I'm doing. Gotta get ready for chess. I've been playing a lot, studying a lot, working on my game. Because I can't be coaching kids if I got them playing and they're losing and I'm losing right along with them. I'm like, yeah, what kind of instructor is you? All of us are losing. So as you know, it's almost 3 o'clock. So TikTok, I'll be ending TikTok and I will be going to YouTube. So when I go to YouTube, and I play like my reaction videos, if one of them happen to be Tariq Nasheed, now you could talk about Tariq Nasheed, you dig? But if I'm not playing his videos, then no, we got to talk about the topic. So on YouTube, I'm gonna do my reaction videos. So that's when you know what I mean? You're obsessed with this guy. We can talk about him at that time.
Are you gonna do a talk one day on low ethnic pride?
Yeah, I got a friend that came up with a term I can't remember, but it's something similar to that. Like he had coined a term, or maybe it's already in use. Something similar to that. Like he called it like ethnic inferiority complex. I think that's what he calls it. Ethnic inferiority complex. So I want to invite him sometime to go, or maybe I have a dialogue with him, call him up, and just record it and have him break it down, and I'll just play it back. But yeah, because he told me about that. He had introduced that to me. He said, "Hey man, a lot of these people from the Caribbean and Africa, I don't have an ethnic inferiority complex. They think that to give us credit is downplaying themselves. So they don't give us credit for those weird reasons. Like they think to give us credit means that they can't take pride in their strengths and struggles.
Yeah, but I'm talking about our people as well, because I got into something with a Black sister that was, she was talking about like how these construction workers, and she don't see brothers. I can find plenty of videos of brothers working in construction.
No, let's start right there. Oh, let's start right there. Okay. So now, see, for something like that, because like I know our history, I know what we're dealing with. So now with that so-called sister, right? Because you're saying she's Black American. Okay, so I'll take your word. Now for her, I would say, okay, if you see construction sites and you don't see Black Americans, right? For example, in my city, it was you can ask Chad Smith. At one point, it was historically white, okay, and there was a lot of white people in the banks. You go to the bank to cash a check or whatever, bank account, white folks. All right. And you might have seen one in your life that was foundational Black American. So when it was white flight and they bounced and Black Americans had preoccupied our city, our childhood cities, we were not in the bank still. It was still white people in the banks. Okay. Like I said, you might see one out of all the banks in our city and close. One was one of us. Okay. Now, and I knew she was, and I'm gonna look at her Facebook account. Because now I'm thinking about it, I don't think she's foundational Black American. I'm going to look back at her account because she got that Caribbean look. I know she is. I'm cool with her. I don't even think now that'd be crazy if she's one of these islands. I think she is. All right. I'm going to get her name from my boy Focus that I had over here. And I'm going to get her name. I'm going to look her up. Now, then we had a heavy influx of Hispanics where they made up like 50% of the population. Do you know that it went from white to Hispanic? Yeah. So where was the Black representation in the banks? So that's a question I would ask that woman. Do you think we were not applying? Because I applied. I'm sure many others applied. Okay. So now we say this. The fact that there were no representation of Black people in the banks, no majority representation in a majority Black town, that is not proof we're not working or getting don't want to work. That is proof that systemic racism is well and alive and is doing its job. So when you don't see Black representation on construction sites, that's not proof we don't want to work. That's a Republican conservative talking point. That is proof that systemic racism is working.
Even on our psyche, on our minds, like we would overlook our people and then say, "Oh, these other people are."
Nah, that's not a nat.
I have an article. I'm gonna send this article to you, and I may send this post because it pees me off real bad, man. I'm telling you,
Lena. I'm very good with patterns, right? I do a lot of inductive reasoning. I induce a lot. Now, I know that everybody on Earth, well, definitely America, are part of an ideology. When Black Americans talk like that, Lena, you start to ask questions like a detective. I guarantee you, either she's not FBA or she is a FBA Black conservative. That is not a natural talking point for anybody who's Democrat or
see if she's if she's Black American. Okay.
Guarantee she's not. Like I know this stuff, and that's why Tarina she would ask him certain behavior they have. He'll say, "Where you from?" Right? Because that way of thinking is two ways: is non-FBA or Black conservative. That's it. The average Black person does not think like that. The average Democrat, they know that white racism is a lot well alive. That's why they attack the Republican Party. But like they fail to realize it's actually in their party as well. But they acknowledge it. Pan-Africans acknowledge it. The only people who don't acknowledge it are immigrants from the islands in Africa, some, not all, and foundationally Black American Republican conservatives for a fact.
Yeah, that has me thinking. I should double check this chick
Yeah.
and see if she's.
That is not a talking point naturally from one of us, but Lena,
Hmm.
I just look at the time. It's getting it's the time where I gotta depart from TikTok and I gotta.
Okay, you're going on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch up with some Tariq Nasheed videos that he played this premiere. Cause I'm picking my son up. I don't want to be like a silent ride. So family, everybody that's on YouTube land, I'm gonna play some videos that I missed this morning for Tariq, entertain you guys, and then we're gonna chop it up afterwards.
So everybody knows what YouTube channel he has. Could you announce your YouTube
So
channel?
the YouTube channel is FBA News and Updates. Just type in that, and I'm.
Where the Virginia Supreme Court just issued a landmark rule.
Let's get Cred in here. Mr. Cred. Let's get Cred in the building.
Hello, sir.
How you doing, Cred?
I'm doing good.
Yes, indeed. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. Thank you. So are there any particular prompt? You're just up here taking questions?
Just take a question. What's on your mind? Let me know what's on your mind. What you want to ask?
This is my first FBA live that I've been on.
Really?
Is this an FBA live?
I don't know what's an FBA live. What's that?
Foundational Black Americans advocating for reparations.
I mean, that would be a reparations live. But yeah,
Okay.
there's some FBAs who don't even want reparations. So FBA is just a lineage.
Okay.
So, yeah. Where are you from? Where's your family from?
I'm from Chicago. My family's from Mississippi.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Both sides?
Both sides.
Any immigrants in the family?
I have a great grandfather who's Italian.
Okay, so white. Okay, white guy.
That's right.
White guy. But everybody else,
Everybody else is black. That's right.
They can be traced to the 17, 1800s?
The majority of my family, yes.
Okay. That would make them foundational.
That's right.
Right, okay. Got it. So what's on your mind?
So what I'm wondering is, is the FBA calculation to move Republican because the goal is to try and get the immigrants out so that the reparations is most can hit the people who are actually foundational Americans? Is that the idea?
No, there's no goal for a lineage.
Okay.
There's no goal for a lineage.
There is no goal for lineage. It's just about making sure that lineage is recognized.
Right, just acknowledging your lineage. That's it. That's all. It's just an acknowledgement of your lineage. Are you African?
Am I African?
Right.
I mean, I have African descent for sure.
Right. I have African ancestry. I'm not a continental African. It doesn't sound like you are. You're not a continental African, are you?
No, not a continental African at all.
Are you Italian?
I'm not Italian, no.
But you have an Italian ancestry.
That's right.
All right, but so yeah, we're just talking lineage talk. It ain't got nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats.
Okay, I just see I've had a few FBAs come up on my side of the TikTok who, or at least represent themselves as being FBAs, and they're advocating highly for Republican like political representation, which does not make sense to me. But
Okay,
I was just wondering.
why didn't you ask them about that? Why are you asking
I
us?
have asked them about that.
Okay, yeah. Why would you ask me that? I'm not a Republican.
I was just wondering. They usually your name winds up coming up, but
Why do you think my name comes up?
I got no idea, man. That's why I'm here.
Right. Yeah, that's why my name comes up as like a weird proxy because people start saying shit that I ain't never even said and then start calling me the leader of a damn lineage, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay, so you're not making any political advocacies.
No. Lineage is lineage. Politics, that's an individual choice.
Right.
Whenever I mention foundational Black Americans, it's only lineage. It has zero to do with Republicans, zero to do with Democrats, zero to do with an ideology. When I say foundational Black American, it is just lineage, peoples whose lineage can trace to the beginning of this country. That is all. Anything
sure.
else is
Okay.
something that's I ain't got nothing to do with.
Yeah, I can back that. Sure.
Right.
There's some people in the chat who are asking me why I'm a Democrat. I want to make it very clear: I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I advocate for Black people to vote socialist, but that's my perspective. Just being straight
You sound like a
about it.
smart guy. You sound like a smart guy. That's why a lot of people in the comments are probably looking at you. They think you're making a bad faith argument by because you're repeatedly trying to frame foundational Black Americans as a group. Why have you done that repeatedly?
I am only going off of the information of what I have experienced anecdotally, and your name has come up in that conversation.
And if
So
my
I
name
thought I
has
would.
come up, that means you know that we're not anything like a group. If my name has come up, you would know that we're not a group in any sense of the word, but you've repeatedly tried to frame our lineage as some type of four-wall organization with a hierarchical structure. You've done that. And
Sure.
if you heard my name, you know that I ain't the leader of nothing and we're not a group. Because that's been repeatedly said, and I've never claimed to be a leader. Nobody's ever claimed me to be their leader. Everybody says FBA is a lineage. Not one person has said, hey, I'm part of some group called FBA. Not nobody, because there is no group. Why are you framing it like that? There's a reason why, and you're very smart talking to you, so you're not naive.
No, I'm not naive. I'm just, again, what I'm saying is, and I mean, you just mentioned it, right? If FBA is not a monolith, then it sounds like I've been talking to some people who might not know what the fuck is going on. Because that's not what you're advocating for. If you're not advocating for a political ideology in particular, then the people who've come over to my side of TikTok might not represent or might have been a bad representation of what you've got going on over here.
Here's the problem. The only people who try to frame our lineage as a group deceptively are immigrants, the tether class.
Right.
Not just immigrants, because a lot of immigrants are cool, but just the tether class. So you must have been hanging in tether spaces.
Tether spaces, okay.
So why are you so the question is, why are you in tether spaces?
I mean, I'm all over the place, man. I don't necessarily have an issue with immigrants. I think you make some good points about them not speaking on Black American issues, but
When you say you say your side. FBAs are going on your side. What makes your side different from foundational Black Americans?
Well, it sounds like if you're not talking about policy over here, my side of TikTok is specifically talking about policy and trying to get Black and brown people to coalesce under a specific political ideology.
What's a brown person?
a person with melanated skin tone, specifically someone who is descended from Africa or has descendants based here in indigenous America.
White people descend from Africa,
That's true.
right? The white Hispanics are brown, but they're classified as white.
That is also true.
Right. So who exactly are you advocating for?
I mean, ultimately, I advocate for the working class.
Oh.
But
Now, Mr. Cred,
yes, sir.
Are you married?
I am not.
In a relationship?
I am.
Is your significant other from an immigrant background?
She is not.
Where is she from?
She is from California.
Is she a whitey woman?
She is a whitey woman. That's correct.
There we go. And nothing wrong with that. There's some very beautiful whitey women out there. Has she met your family, and have you met hers?
I have met her family. She has not met my family yet.
Okay, she's not met your family.
Not yet.
And your mother and father grew up where?
My mother and father grew up in Chicago.
Really?
That's right.
And you were born in Chicago?
I was born in Chicago, born and raised.
What side of Chicago?
Families from the South Side. I grew up in the Loop.
Okay. And you say your family's from Mississippi? Originally?
Yeah, well, yes.
Mom and dad?
My mom's side is from Mississippi.
Your dad's side is from where?
My dad's side is from Chicago, pretty far back. I'm not exactly sure where his where my great grandfather came from, but
so yeah, on your dad's side, you didn't meet his granddad or his dad?
I don't know about that information. I don't. I was closer to my mom's side of the family.
But you weren't close to your dad.
They had unalived.
Okay, something don't add up. You would still know your relatives, sir. And also the people in Chicago said, ain't nobody really from the Loop. The Loop is like downtown, right?
Yeah, Loop is downtown, yeah.
So
where I grew
you
up,
ain't from downtown.
I grew up downtown, I did.
You grew up downtown?
Yeah, I spent the majority, I mean, moved up after I was 12 years old. I think I spent 12 to 18 downtown.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't really met nobody who grew up downtown Chicago.
That's,
What school did you go to in Chicago?
St. Ignatius College Prep.
Wow. Now your mom's originally from Mississippi?
My grandmother's originally from Mississippi. My mom was born in Hawaii and then came up here to Chicago.
Oh, okay. Was she in the military?
Yep.
Okay. Did she take you to church? Did you go to Foundational Black American Church?
I went, not a very religious family, but we did attend church.
And they're from Mississippi?
My grandmother was extremely religious her entire life. My personal household was not particularly religious.
That don't sound like an FBA family, sir.
There's other familial stuff that was going on that...
Like what?
I won't super go into it because it has to do with stuff with my dad, but there was other stuff with my dad that made him particularly not all the way interested in attending church.
Was your dad white? Or was
my dad was not white.
Okay. Black man?
Black man all the way through.
But you just don't know where he's from.
I don't know that information, unfortunately. I can't go super far back.
Oh, okay. So yes, sir. This is why you have this kind of thing about foundational Black American lineage.
I want to make it very clear. I don't have anything against the idea of foundational Black Americans or the looking for reparations. I advocate for all of that. I want to make that very clear. I advocate for all of that.
Yeah, because you've othered yourself several times.
I am. Well, I again, I see myself as a Black American. I take it as a standard. It's not something that I feel the need to say over and over again.
Sounds like
And I do believe that the best way forward for this country is to advocate for the working class. That is what I spend most of my time doing.
Yeah, that's kind of deflective, sir.
It's just, I mean, it's just the way that I found the most success in these and what I have is political conversations. It sounds like you're not having political conversations over here. I again am just starting to engage in conversation with people who recognize or call themselves or have labeled themselves FBAs. I can't say I know too much about the identity structure.
It sounds because you sound like you come from a different lineage, sir.
I mean, if you want to other me, then that's
You've
fine.
othered yourself several times.
I mean, I know where my family is from, so.
Yeah, the whole Mississippi thing. And first you said both sides, and now you don't know where your dad is from. And
I just say I can't go as far back as maybe you would like.
yeah,
My father's family was in Chicago for a very long time. I know that my grandmother's mother was from the South, but I don't want to say a state and just be making stuff up. So.
Right, you're just throwing shit out there, sir. Yeah, it's kind of crumbling apart. You don't sound like you're of the lineage because we know where we're from. We know where our family's from, sir. We know as foundational Black Americans. You're very confused.
I don't think I'm confused. I think what I am is, and I'll admit, is what I'll say is I'm uninformed about this particular aspect of a political spectrum or Black ideology. What I'm wondering is that I've had a lot of people coming over and talking about politics and what we should do, and it troubles me to hear Black people saying that we need to side with Donald Trump simply because he wants to get immigrants out of this country. I cannot support an ideology that takes part in the oppression of other Black or brown people, and that basically sides itself with white supremacy just so that I can get a check. That's not something I'm going to do.
You just threw out a bunch of Democrat shield talking points.
I'm just telling you about the people I've spoken to, which is why I came here to speak to you, because I don't know. And you say you don't even deal in politics. So I'm like, okay, let me hear what this guy whose name keeps coming up on my side of TikTok, what is this guy actually about? I'm not here to prove anything, and I'm not here to attack you. But if you're trying...
Let me slow him down. Yeah. You coming across very deceptive. I don't think you're from the lineage, sir, because now you're not even being honest, sir.
I'm being as honest.
And then you threw out a bunch of deflective Democrat shield talking points.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat.
Talking about Donald Trump. I could care less. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. Why are you telling that to me?
Because a lot of FBAs have and do advocate for Donald Trump, which is why I'm confused.
You're not from the lineage because you're being deceptive.
Because I'm wondering why a bunch of FBAs are showing up on my side of TikTok advocating for Donald Trump. I don't think that means I'm not from the lineage. I think it means I'm wondering.
You're not from the lineage. Now it's coming on out. Now it's coming on out. Now, yeah.
Why?
Yeah, because now you're crashing out.
I'm not crashing out. I'm just wondering whether do you think it's a good idea that people voted for
cousin Jerry. Let me get cousin Jerry. Yeah, you about to crash out now, sir.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me get cousin Jerry and cousin.
Sure. Yeah. Bring your buddy, dude. I'm just wondering.
Hey, hold on, friend. Friend, hold on for a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, dude?
What's up, Jerry? I hear you, cousin. How are you?
Let me say this, and friend, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking in general. Okay, Creed.
Sure. It's cred, but yeah, sure.
Cred. Let me say this. The ancestors in the South are moving very active right now. So if you are going to lie on the ancestors, do not be surprised when the ancestors come see you. Now, I'm not talking to anybody in particular. I'm just saying it seems to be a narrative that people are trying to claim Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and these abstract places like we don't know our people.
Right.
If you're from here, we know you by your actions, your energy, Everybody that from the South know they have a tie to
No,
the South.
I am
I'm
not
not talking to you,
from the
friend.
South.
Friend,
Yeah, I'm not
friend,
from the
friend, I'm
South.
not talking to you. I'm not addressing you. I'm not addressing you. I'm talking in general. I'm talking to the
Okay,
family. I'm
sure.
talking to the family. Listen, we have, well, I'm going to address this to you. The family, the black family, we've had so many infiltrators try and come in. We see the way you moved before you got off the hop. That's how we knew something was off with you.
Right. Yeah, I don't talk like
Now,
you.
hold on, let me
I
finish.
understand.
Let me finish. You went to talking about your side of TikTok. You othered yourself. Then you went, like Tariq said, if you have heard his name, then you have heard it said 1,000,000 times that FBA is not an organization and there's
Yep.
no leadership structure.
That I know. That I do know.
Okay, now stop right there.
Sure.
Since you know that, then you came in after that in bad faith.
I came
Because
in.
you
Wait,
should have
how
addressed.
is?
Hold on for a second.
Wait, no,
and
no,
I'm
hold
gonna
on,
let you talk.
Jerry.
Hold on, I'm
To
gonna let
be
you talk.
fair,
I'm gonna let you
Jerry.
talk. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm
Okay.
gonna let you talk.
Okay.
You should have came in and addressed Tariq man to man. See, you came in with a technique called tiptoeing. We spotted you. If you have somebody that votes for Trump or take a tech check from Trump, you check them. You did not even come in and give Tariq the respect as running a space. So that's how we knew you were up to an agenda. That's how we have spotted your Democratic tactics, that black and
I'm
brown
not a
coalition.
Democrat.
Hold on for a second.
Not a
I'm gonna let you
Democrat.
talk. I'm gonna let
Okay,
you talk.
well, I mean,
I'm gonna let
sure.
you talk. I'm almost finished.
Okay.
I'm almost finished. I want you to learn something right here.
Okay.
We see the moves. We're gonna ask you, us Southern people are gonna ask y'all to stop acting like you're from the lineage down here, because the ancestors are going to start visiting y'all. So here's where I'm gonna finish at.
Mm-hmm.
When the next time you come into Reach Space, have enough respect for him as a host and as a grown man to talk to him and address him as such. Tariq deserves to be addressed on Tariq's opinion than anyone else. Tariq didn't come in. I didn't come to back him up. I came in for, I want you to put it out that the tactics that y'all are going to try and continue to use, black folks are not going with a brown coalition. It's black. If you want to talk about any politics, if you want to come talk to us about any politics, it's no other coalition but a foundational black one.
Yeah, I told you I advocate for that.
Okay, I'm listening.
No, okay, so let me just say a few things. First of all, I did not come up here to attack Tariq. I came up here and I said this. This is how you should all know, anyone who thinks that I'm not being legitimate. I came up here saying I don't know certain things.
Then you should have asked. Then you should have. Hold on. Let me tell you about man behavior.
Jerry, you got
Let me give you some man behavior. Hold on.
Hey,
I'm tired of
you got your
half-raised
chance to
children.
talk. You got your chance to talk. I get to respond.
This is man talk. This is man talk.
Did you say you'd let me speak?
Did you say you'd let me
speak?
Now, the next time when you come in, I want you to understand this. The next time when you come in, you're gonna come in with respect. And you're gonna address the host with respect. Do you understand that?
I came up here and
do you understand that? You came in dishonest and you're continuously being dishonest. And we're tired of you guys.
I came up here and said,
so now straighten up and walk right now.
You can try and talk over me, but at a certain point you have to admit this isn't a conversation, right? You're just trying to protect your boy.
It's not my boy. I'm trying to correct your behavior.
I don't know.
I'm trying to correct your behavior.
I don't know.
Do you understand how bad your
movement,
behavior is right now?
I don't know anything about you. I don't know anything about you.
You don't have to know anything about me. We're just addressing your behavior.
I have no attacks on the movement except for the
We're
fact
talking
that
about
you
your
are
behavior now. Take the movement out. Take Tariq out. Let's talk about your behavior.
Chill the fuck out, dude. Chill the fuck out.
Let's talk about your behavior right now. It ain't chill the fuck out.
I don't know anything about you.
I want to address your behavior.
I don't know anything about you.
Let's talk about your behavior.
Literally said, I don't know anything about this movement. I'd like to know more.
Okay, now we're past the movement. We're talking about your behavior.
What sense does that make? What sense does it make?
We're talking about your behavior now. You ready?
All right, now go ahead, Craig. Craig, go ahead. I thank you, Jay. Let me let Craig talk. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me let Craig talk. All right, Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't understand making or being offended or being angry that I'm coming up here and just asking for information. Again, I'm not making any claims on you as a man.
Cred,
I'm not making any claims on
got
you
it.
as a man. What
Cred, let me say
what
something.
I'm telling you, and I even said anecdotally, and I don't think anecdotally is a sign of the whole. I'm saying anecdotally, I've talked to a few who have self-proclaimed FBAs who've come over and have said some things that I find troubling. It is troubling for me to hear Black people advocating for a Republican agenda.
But there's 45,
that does not make sense to me.
But there's 45 million foundational Black Americans.
For sure. Which is why I'm trying to find out more. That's all I'm trying to do.
Cred.
A search for knowledge should not be attacked.
Cred.
This is crazy.
Cred. Hop on camera. Let me see your hairline real quick. Let me see something.
I just got a crazy. I mean, I got a crazy haircut.
Let's see it real
just
quick.
Got a crazy haircut.
Real quick.
I can do that.
Yeah, real quick. Let's see something. Real quick. Let me see something. Real quick. Just hop on real quick.
Oh, sorry. I thought I already did it.
There you go. All right. Let's see that hairline real quick. Oh, brother. What part of Africa is your family from?
Oh, I could not answer that. We assume Ethiopia possibly, but
yeah,
no idea.
Yeah, I'm getting East African vibes, brother. I'm getting East African vibes from you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't believe your family's from Mississippi, sir.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's where my grandmother's from.
That's no disrespect.
My grandmother is from Mississippi. Whether or not you believe it or not, there's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah, I'm not getting no Mississippi energy. You would still have that energy.
I don't have Southern energy. I've always wanted Southern energy, but I don't have it.
Yeah, you
I don't have it.
You have it or you don't, sir.
Yeah, that's my curse. That's my cross to bear.
Okay, it's okay. But it sounds like you come from a foreign background, sir. This is why you're othering us, and you
Can I turn off my camera as your
hold on? Hold your head down one more time.
Satisfied.
One more. Hold your head down one more time because you got like a little bang on it. It's like a brother. You have not been to a black barber shop, sir.
No, I have one black barber, and he cut my hair. Excuse me. This is important. He's a Chicago barber. He cut my dad's hair. He cut my hair.
What part of East Africa is he from?
He's not from East Africa, but
ain't no FBA barber did that.
No, sir. I'm telling you what's going on.
Go ahead.
He cut my dad's hair. He cut my hair. I left Chicago. I have not seen any other barber since that guy cut my hair. I've been cutting my hair since that happened. So
you cut your own hair?
I cut my own hair.
Oh, okay. There we go. I'm like, don't put that on no FBA.
No, I'm not putting that on the barber. I cut my own hair. Yeah, I cut my own.
Okay, that makes sense, sir. Which further lets us know that you ain't of the lineage.
I mean, that's okay. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with learning a skill.
But, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, brother. Okay, this is a goddamn tether. This tether out. That's a tether. Come on. Oh, I know. I'm like you ain't about to lie on no FBA barber. No, I'm like, oh Lord, no, you ain't about to lie on no FBA barber. Didn't no FBA barber do that?
Man, you funny. Man, you funny.
Aristide, what's up, man?
What's going on, man? You funny, bro.
I am good, man. Aristide, where you? Are you in the projects with all that echo? What you got a project echo? Where you at, man?
You know what? Then I'm black. If I'm in the project, then you know what's happening with me, right?
Yes, it's just a heavy echo in there. But how you doing, man?
What's going on, big dog?
I'm good. Are you in the U.S. or are you in Africa? Where you at right now?
I'm in the U.S.
Okay, what part of the U.S. you in?
I'm in Chicago right now.
Oh, you in Chicago? A lot of Chicago people calling now.
No, I'm not from Chicago. I said, man, you asked me where I'm at. You ain't say where I'm from.
I didn't say you were from there. I know you're foreign. You're from.
You said a lot of Chicago people, but I'm not Chicago. You see what I'm
Okay, I
coming
know
from?
you're a lot of people from Chicago. Well, technically, you're not from Chicago. What part of Africa are you from?
Well, I'm from Louisiana, Africa.
Okay, what part of Africa are you from?
Well, I ain't from none of that.
Oh,
Mauritius. Okay, I'm from Mauritius.
okay. Well, you got a lot of foreign flags on your thing.
Yeah, France. Well, that's my lineage. France and Mauritius. That's my genealogy.
Oh, okay. Which African country? Well, Mauritius. Okay.
No, Mauritius.
Okay. How long your family been over here?
Since 1850.
Really?
Yeah.
No. Because Mauritius didn't exist in 1850.
No, Mauritius. That's when they came from Mauritius in 1850.
But Mauritius.
No, I don't know, but they came from Mauritius in 1850.
But Mauritius. Okay. But you wouldn't still have the flag, sir. They didn't have that flag in 1850.
Well, it is what it is now. I'm carrying it now.
Now, why are you carrying a foreign flag now?
Because my people from there. That's where my people from. So hey, bro, I'm gonna hold my lineage down.
From Mauritius?
Yeah, Mauritius and France. Yeah, Mauritius and France. That's where my people from. You want to see a picture of them?
Yeah. Hop on camera. Let's see. You hop on camera, brother.
Okay, man. Let me hop on camera. Bam. No, I'm on camera.
Don't show your Bucci cat or no shit like that.
Come on, man.
Come on now.
Come on, man. We grown men, dog.
All right, hop on, man. Let's see the man. Let's see that head. Let's see that hairline, brother. Oh yeah. Yep. That's East Africa right there.
Oh, well, there you go with that bullshit. See,
East
man,
Africa, boy, you look like you just made you some bush meat, man. You just made you some bush meat. How long you been up there in Chicago, bro?
About a year.
That's it? And you were down in Louisiana?
I drive heavy equipment. I'm getting ready for work now.
Oh, where you work at up there?
I drive heavy equipment.
Oh, okay. Now, what were you doing in Louisiana?
Driving heavy equipment.
Oh, okay. Now, where's the rest of your family?
In Louisiana.
Oh, okay. Man,
I'm the only one up here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just me. I'm the only one all over the place. Everybody else stationed there in Louisiana.
Oh.
My mama not from Mississippi, and my daddy not from Alabama and all that shit. Everybody from Louisiana.
Okay. All right. What you been drinking on over there, brother? You sound like you've been drinking on what's up.
Oh, I ain't been drinking nothing. I'm just waking up.
Oh, okay. All right, brother. All right. Well, let me let you go ahead and get ready for work, brother. Good Lord. All right. He's all over the place. Like a Louisiana Creole. Okay. He's all over the place. All right. Man. Oh, boy. These folks. Excuse me. Man. Well, yeah, old dude, the cred dude. Come on, man. Dude. No. So, yeah, he's coming in acting in bad faith, trying to say Mississippi. And then when you start with, a lot of these people, they start using these generic places. Yeah, my family's from Mississippi. Then when you try to get into the details, it all starts unraveling. You know what I'm saying? It all starts falling apart when you start trying to get into the details. Okay, what part of Mississippi? Where's your dad from? Well, I don't know. I didn't talk to him. I don't know. Well, how long? Hold on, something ain't adding up. Did you go to church? No, we weren't really religious. And your family from Mississippi? Hold on, this ain't adding up. Hold on. Yeah, this ain't adding up. Yeah, you don't have no accent whatsoever. You would have a little twang. Chicago people, most people from Chicago got family in Mississippi. Most black people, Mississippi, Alabama. You talk to somebody in Chicago, they got somebody in the family from Mississippi or Alabama. Mississippi is a straight shot up. You know what I'm saying? Chicago's a straight shot up from Mississippi, literally. So yeah, and you talk to people from Chicago, you can still hear a little Southern twang. Come on now. If you got some real Mississippi roots, it ain't there at all. This dude is all over the damn place. Good Lord. Yeah, we can, yeah, just like Cousin Jerry said, we can just kind of feel your energy. If you got that Southern lineage, we can feel your energy. You don't have it, dude. I don't feel that from you. Yeah, we kind of know. Yeah, once you start asking people some details and they start getting confused and saying shit that don't make sense. Somebody, he grew up in the Loop. Yeah, I grew up downtown Chicago. Really? Really? None of that ain't adding up. None of the shit he's saying is adding up. You know, and then they start getting low-key upset when you start asking about their background. And listen, that's the telltale sign of non-FBAs. When you start asking them about their background and their family, and they start getting nervous and squeamish and almost offended, oh, what you getting offended for? These are simple questions. My dad, I don't know, it's complicated. I don't know. My dad, I'm more close to my mom. I didn't know my dad. But you just said your dad and your mom were both from here. Come on now. And then when you start getting into details, you unravel. No, sir, something ain't adding up. Come on now. Why you getting? We don't get offended. We can, if you from the lineage, you know where your family's from. We've been here too long to not know. That's what I'm saying. That's a dead giveaway. We know where the hell our family's from. We've been here too damn long. We're not going to be confused. Even if some of you got absentee fathers or whoever, you would know something. Your mama told you something about his ass. Yeah, I met your dad at the club. We smashed and your ass was born. Yeah, I think your dad is from Georgia. His name Lenny Earl from Georgia. They're going to give you some basic information. You're going to know something because your mama's going to have, at one point, she's going to try to get some money from his ass. So she going to hit up somebody. She going to know his family, somebody. They going to know something now. All right? But she done tried to get a check from his ass, so she going to know something. All that confused shit, you don't know where you, stop. Man, just stop. Oh, yeah. When people start saying stuff and it don't add up, come on, y'all think y'all can just say Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi? Yeah. So somebody, hey, Great Black Star, don't put the imaginary dad in Georgia. Lord. But he grew up in the Loop. What? I ain't never met nobody who grew up in the Loop. The hell? Yeah, the Carolinas. They try to do the Carolinas thing. Yeah, they love saying North Carolina, South Carolina. They love playing that game. Man. All right. Let me see. Let me get some more folks in here. Let me get a couple of more folks in here. Ladies and gentlemen, because we are in here heavy. But yeah, we kind of feel your spirit and your energy, man. We can kind of tell, dude. Truth be told, we can kind of tell. Man. And then he started low-key trying to crash out a little bit. With them bad faith ass arguments. Yeah, you watch the tethering is real. Yeah, we know our people. And even throughout the conversation, he kept othering himself. You know, the FBAs come over in my space. I'm like, wait, this is not a dumb dude. You're not naive. You're deliberately othering us. Why are you doing that? Well, hey, well. And then when he got on camera, I seen that haircut. Man, if you don't stop, even if you cut your own hair, I don't believe he cut his own hair. I think he goes to some damn Dominican, he goes to some Ethiopian barber or something. I don't believe he cut his own hair. I believe that he goes to some East African barber shop. I don't believe he cut his own hair. You know, when I saw that he couldn't put it on no FBA, you know, we weren't going, no, you ain't about to put that damn haircut on no damn FBA. Ain't no FBA barber did no shit like that. All right, don't even try that lie. So he didn't want to admit that he gets his hair cut by his fellow East African somewhere. And then I cut it myself, did. Stop it, dude. Stop it. He had a nappy bayang. That shit, that's some shit that a tether would rock. Come on now. That dude looked East African. All right? That dude looked like he used coconut conditioner. Man, stop it. Get the hell out of here. You don't have a nappy bayang and a high fade with peppercorn. You see the peppercorn? That shit was all over the place. He had a peppercorn fade. Man, if you don't stop, man. Come on now. This nigga had a peppercorn conch. Not the peppercorn conch. Stop it, bro. Come on, you ain't from here. Because your peers would have pulled you to the side and sent you to an FBA barbershop. You don't cut your own hair. Who does that? You go down to the barbershop with the FBAs or whoever. You go to, come on. Come on. The hell you talking about? It's the peppercorn sky top. Yeah. The hell kind of haircut was that? The hell looked like he tried to put a little texturizer on it too. And it didn't take. You put a texturizer on there without the neutralizer. That head was all over the place. The hell out of here. Man. Damn, he had a foo-foo fade. Like he rubbed foo-foo starch on that shit to loosen up the strands. The hell? Boy, these people, man. Oh, Lord, man. Damn, boy, these people be trying to cosplay, dude. All right, who is this? Alex? Let's get Alex in here. Alex, what's up, Alex? Alex? Yo, Alex, are you in here? Okay, Alex ain't saying nothing. Alex didn't want. Oh, Alex, you breathing? What's going on over there, Alex? Yo, Alex, you all right? Okay, let me get her out of here. Okay. She dozed off. She was over there sounding like an ultrasound. Okay, breathing all hard and muffled. All right. Man. She's doing the most. Let me get one more good one. I'm going to get one more good call in here. I'm going to get one more in here. Let's try Ultra Dark. I remember your name. I can't remember what we talked about, Ultra Dark. I remember your name, though. That I remember that name. All right. Let me see. Let me see. Where we at? Where we at? I'm trying to get one more good one. All right. Y'all raise your hand. Y'all raise your hand. Let's try it like that. Let me get one more person in here. Who is this? Snarky Queen. All right, Snarky Queen. I hope this ain't Rohan. All right, Snarky Comment Queen. I hope this ain't Rohan. Looks like a Rohan account.
No, it's not. Hey, Tree.
How you doing, Snarky?
I'm well, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, ma'am.
So people hear my accent. I always say this, and like they think I'm a Karen. I'm not Karen. I swear to God. Both parents, manual arts. One parent, lineage, Arkansas. The other one, Alabama.
Oh, wow. And you
But
out here in LA?
my whole life, my great grandparents, my great grandparents, my grandparents, my dad, then me. We've been out there. Let me say something. Because what pissed me off about the last guy you talked to, I don't know his name, Creed, Cred or something.
Yeah.
These black mofos, of which I am, with these like so-called clear, crisp accents, these like non-distinguishable accents, they are the worst enemies.
Yeah.
They use their accents because there was another brother that came on after. He was clearly Southern. My whole folks are Southern. The only folks that are Californian are us that like broke away from the South.
Yeah.
And you come on here with your like so-called clear accent, trying to speak over to people like you're Frederick effing Douglass, and I will not disrespect your live and get you banned, but don't you ever come on with your so-called clear surfer ass accent, speaking over the people as if you're some sort of authority. Don't ever. And then to the people who have maintained your beautiful, and I'm going to say that 2 times, your beautiful, cultural, impactful accents. Don't you ever listen to anyone who sounds like me that looks like you and think that we know anything other or better than you know. Lord have mercy, Jesus. I wanted to reach through my screen and grab him. And I see this all the time. Just because people who are us, I am you, we are cousins. I'm patting my chest. Speak with a certain kind of diction, accent, whatever. We are family. And for the people who sound like me that weaponize your sound against our people, shame on you.
There it is. All right, Starkey, thank you so much, beloved. I appreciate you, dear. Was she going in and out? Somebody said she was going in and out. Okay. So Cred, Mikhail just say Cred was Latino. Yeah, he kind of had a Latino thing going on. I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of getting some East African vibes based on that damn head, based on that hairstyle. All right. Yeah, he ain't been up in no FBA barbershop. Yeah. Man. But anyway, let me get up out of here, man. Listen, I want y'all to go to majara.org. All right? Go to majara.org and get the Majara prayer plaques. All right? Majara, that's MOJAURA.org. Get the Majara plaques with the prayer on it. Very, very beautiful plaques with the prayer. Get yours now, majara.org. Also, ladies and gentlemen, go to rootworkstyle.com to get that Rootwork deodorant. rootworkstyle.com, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And don't forget to get your tickets for the Memorial Weekend mic drop happening in a couple of weeks at the Hidden History Museum. All right. That's Saturday, May 23rd. Get your tickets now at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. All right. I'm up out of here. Papi Akute, Lola Vuvi to the family. Peace.
Back now at 10:30 with major breaking news out of the Commonwealth of Virginia, where the Virginia Supreme Court just issued a landmark ruling striking down the voter-approved congressional redistricting plan. That is a major blow to Democrats, not just in Virginia, but across the country. The justices ruled that the legislative process used to advance the proposal violated the state constitution. Let's learn a little more about the process. I want to bring in Virginia Public Radio reporter Michael Pope. He's covered this extensively. Michael, I appreciate you joining us this morning. Let's start with what's happening right now and the immediate impact when it comes to the midterms.
Yeah, well, the immediate impact is that Virginia's congressional map, the one that we've got right now, as opposed to the new one, is in effect. The majority of the justices ruled and validated this statewide referendum for the new map. So take that referendum and throw it into the garbage can for now. Worth noting that just a few minutes ago, right before we came on air, Attorney General Jay Jones issued a statement saying that he disagreed with the ruling of the court, saying that it disavowed the plain language of the Constitution. So he's disagreeing with the logic behind what the court did. He also said that he would be pursuing every legal pathway that is available to them. Unclear what that is at this point. I mean, the Supreme Court of Virginia is the highest court in the land, and in terms of Virginia, and so it seems doubtful they could make a federal case out of this, and even if they did, they could take that to the Republican-controlled Supreme Court. So seems unlikely that they would have many legal pathways at this point. So for now, the important news here is that the referendum has been invalidated.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Back now at 10:30 with major
at once, then there's an election, then the General Assembly, the next General Assembly after the election has to approve it again. So approval once, then an election, approval again, then it goes to voters. The problem is the Democrats sort of sprung this last minute and passed the first version of this on October 31st, Halloween. And so the problem is early voting had already started. More than 1 million votes had already been cast when the General Assembly passed this the first time. So the legal question for the Supreme Court was this: was the election a one-day thing, in which case the Democrats had a solid argument here. They passed it, then there was the one-day election, then they passed it again. The problem that they ran into from the Supreme Court is the court ruled that the election was a cumulative process, and those 45 days of early voting constituted an election. So if you cast your ballot on the first day, that was essentially the election.
So it sounds to me like what the ruling was, the Supreme Court was based on the procedure. It was a procedural issue. It was not necessarily had to do with the vote itself. It was just that the vote occurred. Is that accurate?
Yeah, the process is really important because the Constitution lays out a process. If the Democrats had passed this constitutional amendment, if the General Assembly, the Democrat-led General Assembly, had passed this constitutional amendment before early voting started, they would have been in the clear. They wouldn't have had a problem. But they didn't do that. They decided that strategically they would wait until the last minute, and they had an opportunity when there was a special session about the budget in October, when early voting had already started, and that's when they decided to pass it. So they procedurally, they screwed up.
So and that's to my next question. I have two more questions. I want to try to get through them quickly. One, leading up to this election, when Virginia voters turned out at the polls en masse, we had reported this was a chance that this could happen. You had reported there was a chance that this could happen. Did no one that proposed this this particular vote realize that this was a chance? My question is, why would they push this through? Is it just in the hope that no one would notice, for lack of a better way of saying it?
Well, I mean, the Democrats did have a legal argument, which was that the election was a one-day event. And so they knew that there would be legal challenges, but they felt like they had a strong legal argument that they could present to the Supreme Court. And as it turns out, they were wrong.
All right, one more question for you, but first I want to get to, you mentioned earlier the statement from Jay Jones, the Attorney General in Virginia. I just want to let people know what he had to say. He said, today the Supreme Court of Virginia has chosen to put politics over the rule of law by issuing a ruling that overturns the April 21st special election on redistricting. This decision silences the voices of the millions of Virginians who cast their ballots in every corner of the Commonwealth, and it fuels the growing fears across our nation about the state of our democracy. democracy, end quote. That from Attorney General Jay Jones. So here's my last question to you. Aside from, like you said, taking it to a national Supreme Court, which doesn't seem on the surface like it would make any decision other than what the Virginia Supreme Court said, can they take this back to the people? I know you can't do it before the midterms now, but is this something that could be revisited still in the future? Or is this because it was procedural, or is this done?
I would say it's done. I mean, if the question is, could there be another vote on a constitutional amendment? The answer is yes. But the problem is then you got to run into the same procedural hurdles here, which is the General Assembly has to pass it once, then there has to be an election intervening, and then the General Assembly has to pass it again, and then it goes to voters. So sure, yeah, you could begin that process now, but that would be years down the line that the voters would approve that.
All right, so there you go. As of now, the Virginia Supreme Court speaking louder than the voters in this particular case. Michael Pope, I want to thank you for joining us this morning, and every other time you've joined us in the past, we certainly do appreciate it. I know you have a busy day ahead of you, and we'll let you get back to your day job, but thank you for joining us this morning, and every other time.
Hold on, who is this person? Still got him. All right, still got him. Hop on. In. Mr. Still got him.
What's up, brother?
Hey man, how are you, sir?
Yeah, I'm cool, man. Yeah. So I'm over in the UK.
Yes.
Obviously, I've been watching you, sports you a few times. Do you think that black unity around diaspora will be better than delineation? And if not, why is delineation better? And I'm not attacking you. Just want to know your perspective.
Not Not a, I don't take it as an attack at all. Delineation doesn't mean lack of unity. All right, we can still be unified and respect everybody's ethnic backgrounds. See, that's what unity is about. It's respecting everybody for who they are, not trying to collapse somebody into a generic ethnic group that they're not. You know what I'm saying? It's all about respecting everybody's ethnicity and respecting who they are and coming together with those differences and having a common cause and just respecting each other. So yeah, delineation don't mean that we don't rock with people. We're still cool. I can speak for me. I'm cool with Africans. I'm cool with Caribbeans. I still go to Africa. I still go to the Caribbean, have a good time. But I'm a foundational Black American. I'm not going to go over there and cosplay. I'm a foundational Black American.
You see, Tariq, when you said that, yeah, every syllable that you said, I agree with. When you talk like that, I'm with you 100% because everyone should reserve the right to have pride in their ethnic group and to have their ethnic group be demarcated and stand out. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyone speaking against that is actually anti-Black.
Right.
But my only pushback against you personally is your attack on Africans. and Caribbean people demarcated and stand out. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyone speaking against that is actually anti-Black.
Right.
But my only pushback against you personally is your attack on Africans and Caribbean people. I don't get it. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Attack
and the thing
how?
is,
Attack how?
attack how? Like,
Yeah.
all
How
of
do
the
I
things
attack?
all of the comments you come out with, the
Like what?
anti-African comments, like the million comments you come out of musky, yeah, what do you say? Musky,
Musty Tevin.
Egusi,
Right.
Tevers. Even that
Yes.
Tever, like a Tever's a fucking fishing hook, man.
Right. Sir.
That's crazy.
Sir, that's called getting roasted. That's a part of foundational Black American culture. Everybody gets roasted, sir. That's a part of our culture.
No, but bro, I understand roasting. Roasting for me, maybe your definition of roasting, that roasting for me is I cuss you, you cuss you back, I make a joke, ha ha, jokes on you. That's roasting. That's what we do, roasting. We do it in the playground. That's roasting. But what you're doing is like anti-Africanism. You do it all the time.
It's
I'm just
roasting,
thinking like,
sir. Sir, it is roasting. It ain't anti nothing. Nobody's more anti-African than people who fled from Africa. Y'all never over there. Y'all over there in the UK. Y'all everywhere else but there. Nobody.
Okay, here we
Nobody's
go.
that.
When you say fled Africa, okay, do you know what
Right.
fleeing is? Okay,
Uh-huh.
okay, so you see when you say, but when you say, you know, I don't like when black people use historical terms as weapons. So even when people say don't tap dancing was liberation. I find that disrespectful. When you say fleeing, people in America flee from the south to the north for prosperity. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's
Nat
not
Turner
fleeing.
fled.
That's
No,
not
wait.
fleeing.
I know it's within the
That
borders of
ain't
their own
fleeing.
country. I understand
You
that.
don't flee in your own country, sir.
Wait.
This is no,
Okay, I
no.
I
You don't.
understand that, but
No,
hang
no.
on, but hang on,
Okay, no. Hold on, no. You hang on. You don't flee in your own country. This is our country.
I said
The
that. I
North
agree
is
with
our,
that.
that ain't fleeing
You didn't let me
because
finish.
we go
I
back and
agree
forth.
with that.
We go back and forth to the South. We didn't flee the South. We went and got jobs and went back and forth. Still have our family there.
When
We
you
still have
say
family
flee,
reunion.
okay,
Oh, okay, you're talking over me. We're not gonna do that.
all right, okay, cool, bro. I got
Let's
you.
slow down. Let's slow down now, because you're talking over me.
It's cool, brother. You were
All
having a
right.
cogent conversation. I'm
Yes,
listening to you.
indeed. All right. We're not gonna do that though. All right. But yeah, we don't flee. We didn't flee the South. We got the same racial hostility in the North that we got in the South. What were we fleeing from? We weren't fleeing from nothing. We were still dealing with the same National Guard, the same thing. We just went
Okay,
where better jobs were at the
when
time.
you
But go
say
ahead.
fleeing, okay, when I hear the word fleeing, I'm taking that as if to mean I'm running away from hardship to go somewhere else. I'm running for my
Which is
life.
exactly what
Nobody,
you did.
nobody in my
That's what
family
you,
flee because they had
sir,
money to try. Wait,
sir.
stop speaking, sir.
Okay,
We
hold
had.
on, sir. You fled. You're not in your homeland. You guys
That's
are
not called fleeing.
ashamed.
That's called migrating. That's not fleeing.
That's fleeing, sir.
No, it's called migrating.
And you can try to pretty it up. That's still fleeing. You're not going back.
Okay, so
You're not going to build it up. See, you're embarrassed by the fact that you had to flee.
no, I'm embarrassed that a black man has to use that term to weaponize. Like I was saying
No, it's
before,
not a weapon, sir.
it is a weapon because you're
Sir,
using it.
you're embarrassed by having to leave your homeland.
I'm
There's a deep insecurity that a lot of you guys have for having to flee your homeland. You flee. Literally, y'all be on inner tubes, sir. That's not migrating, that's fleeing. You literally risk your life to get the hell out of there. That's called fleeing, sir. All right?
to
You
you.
can pretty it up if you want to.
No, it's not.
I'm not being anti anything, sir. There's videos of y'all on inner tubes, planks, doing whatever you can to get up out of there. That
There's
ain't
videos.
migrating, sir. That's
That,
fleeing.
okay, Tariq Nasheed, can I explain something to you? You
Yes,
see the
sir. Go
YT
ahead.
media. When the YT media shows things, you know they always show black people in a bad light. There are hunter-gatherers today in Europe, but they're not highlighted because it
God.
doesn't. Show Europeans. Hang
So
on, I'm making a point.
it's the media misrepresenting,
No,
sir.
because you're extrapolating things that you've seen and you're projecting it to uneducated people and telling them that's what Jamaicans do to get to America. It's not true. You said inner tubes. Africans come over in inner tubes. Yes, some people do. And some of them are fleeing bad places and they want to get money and they want to be better. Is that bad? But why are you weaponizing that against black people? You don't do that with white people. Loads of Polish people come over illegally to America. Speak on them. Why are you speaking on your own kind?
Well,
And I know you say, oh, they're not my
the
people.
problem is the Polish people are not coming over here trying to act as our representatives. We don't have Polish people popping over here talking about we don't need reparations. We don't have a Polish version of Brian Donalds. We don't have a Polish version of Winsome Sears. We
And
don't have a
any black
Polish
person,
version of Wes Moore. We don't have a
okay,
Polish version of Candace Owens. We don't have a Polish version of Myron Gaines.
Candace Owens is a
Y'all,
bitch.
no. Y'all come over here and try to blend in and then act as representatives and try to undermine us from within. That's a problem, sir. Right?
Problem to me as well. Tariq.
Okay, why are they telling me I gotta move something? Okay, they might find. Okay, they're telling me I gotta remove you. Okay, they told me I had to remove you for some reason. Okay. Well, did we say something? Okay. They told I had to remove him. I got some. I don't know what he said. What did he say? Yeah, I got a thing to remove him. They're like, yeah, you got to remove him because he was lying, huh? Okay, yeah. They gave me a restriction thing. Like, you better remove him, and you're gonna get a restriction. Okay. And he cursed. What did he say? I didn't even catch him. I didn't even catch the cuss words. But for misinformation, okay. I don't know. I don't know what it was. But yeah, no, sir. Don't be embarrassed because you had to flee. Yeah, you want to pretty it up. It's called migrating. Google it. Google it. It's migrating. No, you can try to pretty up fleeing. No, y'all don't want us telling the truth. Nobody's anti-African. Stop it. We're indifferent. We don't give a shit about what y'all do. But when y'all come over here, y'all stay in our mix. That's the problem. Y'all get in our mix and start trying to tell us what the business is. And we're telling you to go sit your ass down somewhere. Y'all don't like being checked because y'all used to getting in our business. Y'all come over and y'all hop in our spaces trying to tell us who we are and who we're not. And you try to tell us our history. Dude, you can't speak for us. We're telling you to get the hell out of our business. You can't speak for us. That ain't anti anything. That's you being put in your place. You're not going to come over here and tell us who we are and who we're not. And you fled. Because that's where a lot of this vitriol comes from. People, family, do y'all know people are very vitriolic to us because we didn't flee? They try to put a flea jacket on us where you fled from the south to the north. You don't flee in your own damn country. That ain't fleeing. That's living in our own country. We can go anywhere in our country. That ain't fleeing. This is a country that we built from the south to the north to the east and the west. We built every nook and cranny of this country. The expansion of this country was because of foundational Black Americans. We've literally touched every nook and cranny of this nation. You understand? We were pivotal in all of it. North, south, central, east, west, all of it. All of this is ours. They want us to be on that apartheid thing where in their own homeland, they got to be in one little section of town and the white people are running the show as a minority in their homeland. You go over there and the white people are living lovely. And they're sitting over there, the natives are over there in like little shanty towns in the little impoverished area that they can't leave. You understand? They expect us to be like that. No. That's why they're always trying to shame us when we don't live in poverty. I want y'all to notice that a lot of the shaming talk against us when we don't live in poverty. It's tethers who try to shame us. You're getting money and moving with the white people. You're moving with the white tea people. That's a jealousy thing. They try to equate decent living with white tea, which is not. There's a lot of well-to-do black people who live in lovely neighborhoods. You understand? That little shaming tactic they try to run on us. No, we're not doing that. Google it. Google it. It's not fleeing, it's migrating. No. Hopping on an inner tube with a luggage full of bushmeat is fleeing, sir. Knocking somebody in the head to run to the damn border to get the hell up out of there. That ain't migrating, that's fleeing. Oh, and don't be embarrassed. Stay and build your homeland. Stay and build your homeland. Let me get FBA approved in here. FBA approved, hop on in. All right. FBA
Yo,
approved.
what up, Rick? Yo, what up, Rick?
How you doing,
hey,
brother?
man, I can't call it.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, hello? Yeah, can you hear me, Rick?
I can hear you, yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, so I got family south of Nashville in Murfreesboro. I know you know about Murfreesboro, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's Mink Slide, baby.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, okay, so that fool Chud the Builder, whatever you call his name, whatever his name is, I got his info. His real name is Dalton Levi Etherly.
Yeah, we know his real name. We know that, yeah.
Oh, y'all got his real name and address?
Oh, well, don't put his address here. But
okay.
Yeah. Oh, but they got his address down there?
Yeah. My peeps sent me his address, his business address and personal phone number and everything.
Oh, damn. Okay, well, don't say it here. Don't say it here.
Okay.
All right, y'all be safe. And again,
okay, then.
I don't condone anything. I don't condone anything on this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just put that out there. Like I said, somebody might have been right. It might not be. It might be the end of May. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't condone anything negative, but hey, the streets are talking. Like I said, the streets are talking. All right, and it don't look good. All right, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said by July, it don't look good. All right, but if dude wants to push that line, he gonna get what he want. He must want it. All right, you keep knocking on the door, somebody's gonna answer the door. That's all I'm saying. He keeps knocking on the door. All right, man. Because dude, I'm telling y'all, them cats who was pushing up on him was with the business. And all that crying on the right ones are pulling up. All right. Yeah, everybody in Nashville ain't passive now. Yeah, he's trying to ease over there up in the trenches. Man, I don't know. Man. Let me see. All right, let me get the family in here. All right. Who's that? Bombay? Hop on in. I've seen your name before. Bombay. How to pronounce your name? Yeah, man, dude, he pushing it. Hey. People told him to sit his ass down. He pushing it. He thinks this is what it's going to take to get content. Out here playing Russian roulette with his life. Okay, all right. Okay. All right. Let me see who we got. Pharaoh. Let's get Pharaoh in here. Pharaoh, hop on in, sir.
Hey, what's going on, family?
Hey, brother, how you doing, Pharaoh?
Pretty good, pretty good. Hey, so I just wanted to talk about the whole African American name. I don't think we should be, just letting the tethers claim that, because a lot of our cultural accomplishments are still tied to that name. So I think we need to leave room for the correction to be made, because the correction has to be made. So whenever African American is brought up, we need to make the correction. No, we're not African American. We're foundational Black Americans. There's no such thing as an African American. If you migrated to America from Nigeria, you're not African American. You're a Nigerian American. So I think we should leave room for that correction, because it has to be made. And I'll land.
There you go. Well, yeah, that's what we should abandon the term altogether, because it's a catch-all term that people can just dip in and out of. It's a generic term that everybody and their mama can dip in and out of African American, which is what they do. A Nigerian American is technically an African American. Obama was an African American. Myron Gaines is unfortunately African American. He said it. Elon Musk is an African American. Mendani, the mayor of New York, was on some African American vibe. He was running around saying he was African American and get some scholarship or whatever. Everybody can latch on to it. Afro-Latinos can claim African American. None of these people can claim foundational Black American. That shuts it all down right there in one swoop. That term right there, foundational Black American, shuts it all down.
All right, family. So I'm gonna finish playing that one later because I want to make a whole video, a whole live view on that, family. Okay, I was on mute. I hate when I'm on mute. I don't know why I muted the YouTube the Zoom thing. That had to be something that oh my, so now the video wants to play back. Okay. Yeah, I had to watch the whole play. Yeah, I hate when I do that. I didn't even select the mute option on Zoom. I can mute from my headset, so that's why I wouldn't even do that. The only time I mute the Zoom thing is when I'm like having like, discussion about real sensitive information where I'm not going to put trust. Now go sit down, drink your milk. I'm not going to put trust into a headset mute. I'm going to actually mute from the headset and the Zoom feature. So I want to cover this video right here a little later. This is important. All right. Family, I appreciate y'all. As you see, I went live early this morning. I'm gonna try to make that a habit on the weekday. I'm gonna try to go live on the weekday. The goal is for 5:30 because normally every morning I wake up in between 3, 4, and 5. I just go back to sleep or I catch up on NBA highlights and go back to sleep. Okay, but I'm thinking about just staying up because I'm working on chess, working on my curriculum for my kids. So I'm back studying and because now we have AI. So I'm like, wow, I got AI to make my curriculum. That was not available when I was doing this, or if it was, I wasn't aware of it. You dig? Of ChatGPT at that time. So it's dope. Feel me? So I get to use this to make my curriculum. It's like a G code. It's like so much work, so much time I put in. It like you got to see my puzzles and you'll see what I mean. And now I just got ChatGPT. Like, wow. Like it took me like weeks to finish like a curriculum worth of like puzzles and educational tools for my kids, and I could just do it in one day or two. I mean, crazy. I might have a great program. But yeah, so I'm just going to tackle chess right now. And if anybody, this is the time now. This is the time, family. If y'all want to learn about chess, know about chess. Now that I'm setting time aside for chess. Make that known. You dig? I'm gonna do a community post about chess. Okay. So because I'm gonna reserve like this time and going forward for like chess to study and work on my curriculum for chess. So that's why I'm going live on TikTok and YouTube early. And then right here, this time for chess. So as it get close to like August or September, like close to like August, late July, early August, that's the time I'm looking at to run the chess after school program like I've always done. I took a break for two years, something like that. So I'll be back in action. So that'd be my time would be preoccupied in between like 5 and like maybe 8 o'clock. So during the weekday, you're probably as it gets to August, you're probably not going. As long as the chess program is running, you're not going to definitely hear from me from like 5 to 8, and maybe even 4. Depends how productive I want to be, right? Because 4 is kind of an issue, even though I can make it happen. Okay, so this is the time to anybody interested in chess and want to talk chess. If you're already good and don't need any lessons, you just want to do analyses together. We could do that too. You might be able to show me some stuff if you're that good. And I'm open to learning. I'm not one of those Scrooge McDuck revenue people. Right. I'm gonna get a Jamaican Dream back on. Okay. To talk about this topic right here. I'm just gonna piss him off. If he's not in tune, oh my God, man, dude. If you're not nosy, my guy, and you hop on this topic, what I know now, you're done. He's gonna filibuster and talk over me like he does on everybody. I watched him on other people's platforms recently. He does the same thing. He gets schooled over there. He get debunked. He just talk over them. He crash out. They kick him off. He come back on, and yeah, they got way more tolerance for him than I do. Okay, but he does the same thing everywhere else. He gets debunked. He don't want to acknowledge it. He speaks over them, start talking out of turn, and then they either mute him or kick him off. So these revenues, Jamaican dreams, like they're being treated that way on everywhere they go, right? And all different type of spaces, not just FBA, Pan-African spaces. I remember Brother Reggie muted Brother Revenue and called him out, not Brother Revenue and called him out. All right. So with that being said, family, back in action. I think back in action is fresh always. He's been really, and not just him. We know Sleek Bay, we know Ty Carter, we know certain amount of people have been really holding it down monetarily, helping me, pay for my like they're not, they're well fresh and Sleek Bay. Sleek Bay cover a lot of shit, but I use Sleek Bay donations for other stuff, like more personal stuff. But everybody else, your donations go right to, well, let's just say cash. The Cash App donations go right to like the AIs like Gemini, ChatGPT, premium to keep my premium account going. I only got one account premium, and that's Unbiased Ron. I don't have FBA News and Updates as a premium channel. And I was thinking about switching, but I'm subscribed to so many things on Unbiased Ron, like it'll take forever to do that with FBA News and Updates. So I just keep Unbiased Ron. That's why, if I notice, I'm usually playing the videos from Unbiased Ron account. So therefore, I can't really mod anybody up from that account without switching accounts. It becomes like a little inconvenience. But yeah, so the donations do not go unappreciated. They definitely contribute to my morning coffees, you dig? All that type of stuff. And that encourages me to do what? Get up and go live at 5:30 a.m. Like that's what some of the donations, because I feel like my activisms is being appreciated. And people are putting a value to my activisms. So I'm like, all right, well, shit, let me, I work for y'all. So let me get out there and do more work. You dig? More money, more work. Family, peace. I might see you again tonight because I do want to cover that Tariq Nasheed video that I was playing. I was giving commentary to. You couldn't hear me because I was on mute. So I may later want to cover that, the whole self-identification topic. So, yeah. Okay. Go. Yeah. So I may cover that tonight. That's my topic. I don't think Tariq Nasheed should take on that argument. Who's black, who's not, like hardcore like me, because they're the ops, the Democrats, and the Pan Africans are definitely going to ride him with that and say xenophobic. He said he's not black, so that's not a good move for him, but that's a good move for me. Right, so I don't mind taking on that task. You dig? So and because Tariq Nasheed is the loudest voice and he's the target. Yvette is in number 2 basically, and then Professor Black. You feel me? And then all of us at some point, all of it. Afro Elite is out there. He's now targeted. Melrose now targeted. You already know. Adonis with the cowboy hat. You already know. Hood Smart. Black Afro. I can't say his name for nothing, but him. Street Media TV, George Macon, All Access Media TV. He don't get enough shine. All Access Media TV is out there putting in hard work. Hard work. King Red Supreme is another one. You got Phil Scott. You know, he's putting in work. I do check out his channel here and there. A lot of some of it be Pan-African, so that part I don't pay attention to, but he definitely be dropping some good information. I'm definitely subscribed to his account. I like Phil Scott account. Okay. Do I agree with everything come across that? No, but he makes it clear. Like he has a diaspora channel. Just like some people got I think Street Media TV got a Pan-African channel, an FBA Pan-African channel. Oh, I gotta play the video. Q Butter was featured on a panel. I think I did save it. I want to play that. I want to play the objective perspective video that he did. You know, he aligned his thoughts with ours on some major talking points. So I want to play that. So it's a lot of there's a lot of material. Like I really can go in. So obviously when I'm sharing videos, I can't be TikTok. So you'll see the pattern. You'll see when I'm on TikTok, I can't share videos because I'm TikTok and YouTube simultaneously. So if I share a video, the TikTok would be like, you know, like what's going on? It'd be dead quiet. So I can't really share videos when I'm simultaneously. So it's gonna be more of a one, just me, a monologue, me going in, a monologue that invites a dialogue. So it'd be like mainly me disseminating information, dropping bombs. You feel me? So yeah, so like in the video is also an activism action. So monetarily supporting the channel is activism, obviously, because there's no activism without monetary support nowhere on this earth. There's no renaissance, there's no reconstructive change without money behind it. And also a overlooked activism action is liking the button. Everybody account you go to, I don't care if it's for 5 seconds, just to be nosy. If you go to Hood Smart challenge, if you go to Hood Smart account just to be nosy, and you're not gonna tune in, like his his video. He needs that. Now everybody who you listen to that's of the lineage, whether they say the ADOS, FBA, Freedmen, they all are on one accord as far as trying to get us the bag and get us delineated. All right. They want to choose the term ADOS, they want to choose the term Freedmen and so on, whatever else, but they all are pro delineation and reparations. So we got that much in common. That's our core talking points. So anybody channel you just take a look at for a couple of seconds, be mindful to like the video. And that's how they know you were there, right? Now they won't know you specifically, but they would know people were there tuning in, you know. And even though you was in and out, the like button don't reflect that. The like button reflect that you were there for most of the time. So that makes them feel good about that, even though you're not there. It makes them believe you were, and that's motivation for them to keep going. Right. So yeah. Let me see what I got going on. I do the weather. Let me see the weather. The weather's gonna get crazy. Because I do want to go TikTok. I do want to get back on TikTok and cook today. You know what I mean? I'm eager to get back on there and finish the job. Revenue called in, and I let Revenue lullaby me to sleep. The dude put voodoo on me because when he was speaking about like he was misrepresenting Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael, and I actually like went with his narrative like without even thinking. So he was saying that Kwame Ture coined and popularized being proud to be black, right? And I actually went with that. And then when he got off and I got off TikTok, I was like, wait a minute. No, he didn't. So Revenue, I'm gonna get you a little. You dig? Don't worry. I'm gonna get you, bro. Yeah, dude came with trickery. I'm gonna get you. All right. Anyway, family. I'm going to get back to saying it doesn't. Don't get caught up on acronyms like our ethnic name. Okay, get down. Our ethnic name doesn't have to be an acronym. It doesn't have to mean something. Okay, and really, it shouldn't mean something because that's how people are trying to tether into our lineage names. It don't matter which one you pick. If we pick African American, they're gonna say, "Well, technically, I'm African and I'm in America. I got citizenship. I'm African American." If we say foundation Black American, they can't take the foundational part, but they could tether onto Black. They can say, "Well, Black to us, obviously Black to us is an ethnic name, ethnic sense, and foundational Black." But to them, they're gonna say, "Well, we're Black too, racially." You dig? So like that's their way of backdooring there. The indigenous route. Oh, we Arawak. They backdoor there, and then we have the freedmen. They could say, "Well, I was a freedman in my country," and then backdooring. So our ethnonyms don't have to mean something. What does Igbo mean? What's the etymologically breakdown? What's the etymological? I can't even say the goddamn word. Tongue twisted. What's the breakdown of Igbo? How do you parse Igbo? What they got to do with Africa or that region? Nothing. It's a made up name. Okay. So we don't have to have a meaning or an acronym. As I was saying, we can literally, and sometimes the best name is to not have a predefined definition. Okay, sit down. A lot of times well, not a lot of times, but our name don't have to have a predefined definition. And that might be okay, put in there. And that might be the best name because it's nothing to tether onto because it's a name we just made up out of nowhere. Like I was on mute, you guys didn't hear me. We can call ourselves the Shazazis. That's a random name I made up. I don't believe that's a real word. That's great. So we're the Shazazi people, right? What does that mean? Well, there's no definition for it. We have the only definition. And it just means what we say it means. You feel me? Shazazi means the people who are also foundational, native, ethnic to America. Ethnogenesis here. Shazazi is the people who tie their lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. And I thought of Shazazi, that's some random name. Because as I'm trying to make up a name, I thought of Shazahara. What's her name? Shazahara Ali. I thought of her. And I thought of Shabazz. I said Shazazi. I was going to say Shabazz, but Shazazi. You feel me? That's a made up name I made up randomly, but that's just an example. It don't have to mean something. It don't have to be an acronym. It's just a word you made up out of nowhere and it doesn't have a definition. Okay. Which now you really can't tether into it because the only definition to whatever name we make up, i.e. Shazazi, the only definition is what we said it meant. Feel me? It's a word that never existed. Remember that? Remember Tariq Nasheed talked about that that TikToker that made up that word. It's in my trademark video. But the TikToker who made up that word and Walmart, somebody tried to steal it, or somebody guy tried to steal it and trademark it, but they made up a word and it went viral on TikTok. Go. You see how that works? So it's easy. Or look at this. Look at this. ATLians. Remember I talked about same video, the trademark video. ATLians. It was even though Outkast never trademarked ATLians. Some white people from the UK realized it wasn't trademarked and they went and trademarked it. Even when they trademarked it legally, they lost it. They lost the trademark in court. Okay, Let's put it down. Don't play with it. So they lost the trademark in court. So you know why? Because ATLians is literally a word combination, letter combination that Outkast made up. So it wasn't like it was a word that existed already, like broomstick, Chewbacca, and he don't do that. And then he tried to lay claim to it. And they said, no, this name is free. It's free to the public. No, they literally made up ATLian, and they literally defined it, what it was. So that's why nobody could win a trademark case against them. They made it up. It was the first time human ears heard ATLian was through Outkast. So that was an easy case for them. They beat those white T boys up in court. And he sued them. And the white T boys had to pay him. He sued them. Yeah, and Outkast got that's their name. Even though they never trademarked it. So that's the power when you come up with a name out of thin air and you have the only usage for it and you have the only definition for it. There's no other definition for the word you just made up. Like Scrabble. You playing Scrabble, you see a word, just say that word. That's the name of the lineage. And it means this. The name of Shazazi just simply means, now look, that's not a word I'm using. That's not an official word. I'm just giving that example. If I was to argue Shazazi and I had the lineage behind me, we would have the only definition for that. People will ask, what's that? Who is that? Oh, it's not a who. It's a we. It's plural. It's plural now. And the definition of Shazazi are people who can tie their lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. That has underwent an ethnogenesis in America. That would be literally assuming that word is made up and not in a dictionary with a predefined definition. That would be the only definition to that word. So therefore, somebody can't take that word and say, hey, this is now a racial category. No, don't do that. Yeah, put it over here. Let me see. Is it done? Is there more? You see more? Look. You see more in there. Don't do that. There's more in there. You done? You put it back over there and finish it later. Yeah. So sometimes that's even better. Like if Salon wasn't an acronym, that would have been a dope name. Cause now you made up a word from soul, and now you add an A on Salon, right? And now you make up a definition. But the fact it's an acronym, those words are predefined. They have meanings to them, and people can use those same words for whatever they're doing and use it for those same meanings. But a Solon was just a word, because again, I didn't know Solon was an acronym. When I was till about a week or two ago, I thought it was just a word that they made soul and Solon. Because when you put the AN after a word, it makes it a nationality or tied to a people. Because we have American, Puerto Rican, Dominican, Nigerian, Jamaican. Okay, so the AN, Somalian, Ethiopian, the AN. Yeah, family. I do this language stuff. And now, am I a linguistic major? Linguist? Am I a linguist? No. But I have a little passion for it that's above the average person. That's why I like typically anybody that's talking to me with this, I'm gonna run circles around them. Because I have like just a passion for certain things. I'm not all the way in, but I do have some type of interest in these things. And word's been one of them since I learned about Malcolm X when I was in my early 20s. I took his thing. I used to read it. I used to go to the dictionary, take out words that sound like big and fancy, and I would just get a definition. And then I remember I shopped around for a dictionary that had sentences in them because it's really hard to find a dictionary sentences. I actually found one way back then, about 20 years ago. I found a dictionary with sentences. So I will find a big word in a regular big dictionary, go to my dictionary sentence, my sentence dictionary and learn how to use it in a sentence. So when I did that, I had one of the words was hypothetical. Oh my God, I thought I was a man. Hypothetical, theoretical. I swear I was saying big words. You dig? Yeah. So often it's better to have a word that you just made up out of thin air, and the only definition associated with it is the one you made up, is the one you put on it. It makes it that much harder to tether onto. Uh-oh, looks like a cash app through. Let's see who that is. Yeah, come on, phone. Oh, DJ Dent's been donating lately. Thank you for the donation. DJ Dimps said, "Keep cooking" was the message. $15. Sure will. Definitely gonna so tomorrow with that, I'm probably gonna hang out at the diner, bring my son, get him a pastry, get me a coffee, and go live from there. That looks like that's gonna be the wave. I think should I do it today or tomorrow? Yeah, I think it's gonna rain all day tomorrow. Yeah, so I'm not okay. Damn. Trying to think. Yeah, tomorrow will be better because I'm gonna be distracted by basketball later today. Plus, I got my chess stuff to do. Yeah, so DJ Dips donated. He cashed that $15, and everybody don't have $15, but it's not mandatory. If you don't have it, don't hurt yourself to help me because that's a zero sum balance. Like we get nowhere. Hurting yourself to help me. We got nowhere. We're still at square one. So you donate when you have extra capital that you feel like you can do without. So don't think you don't, and also family, don't be ashamed to send $1 because some people might say, "Oh, I got $1 send. I do have $1 send, but I want to send it because that seems like I'm cheap or I don't have it." No, that's not how it looks because you're one person out of let's say if the chat's 50. Well, if people thought like that, but then they sent $1, that's $50. You feel me? The chat is 100. That's $100. So yeah, don't feel like that. Don't feel like, oh, $1, he gonna think I'm cheap. Nah, because I know if I'm donating to one of y'all, and all I got is $1 donate, I'm sending that $1, and I'm gonna send it with a badge of pride. Like, nah, that's what I got, and it means a lot to me to send you my last or like $1 that I could have used for whatever. So yeah, I want to get y'all when I was on mute, I want to get y'all reaction from the breakdown I said about a name. Some of the best names can be ones we made up from thin air and have the only known definition tied to it. I wanted to get your feedback from that. Maxwell Jenkins said that word sounds like exclusive cologne. He said, "I rock with FBA because it's all right." Yeah, that was just examples because okay, this is what could happen though. So even though FBA is untouchable from tether and white supremacists, the only people who could turn FBA to a poison name are FBAs. So when they're on TikTok behaving a certain way under the banner of FBA and they're toxic as hell, that's how you can poison a name. And that's why Tariq Nasheed, I have an upload. Just look at my upload. That's a quick 8-minute video. I have Tariq Nasheed saying he encourages, this is his advice. He ain't the leader, but this is his advice. He's saying that if he don't see a big deal if you came up with different names. He said that's the way. He said different names are good, and that's a way where one name can't be poisoned. Because check it out, sometimes it might be smart. Like let's say if I have a interview on some CBS, ABC. Well, I can't say FBA, right? that's flagged. It won't even be played. So you could say Solon or I, I'm okay. So put it on the table. So I'm sure ADOS is flagged. So you can say Freedman. I don't think Freedman can ever be flagged. But you see what I'm saying? Like, so you gotta be strategic. You can say, okay, I could say FBA, but this will never be aired. So like, what purpose did I just serve? Nothing. Nobody heard it. It's worthless work, right? And it won't be aired. So now I could be strategic, like Whitey man. Yeah. Okay. So I could be strategic, like Whitey man, and um, say Freedman, or I could say Black American, or you know what, ethnic Black American. You can say Freedman or ethnic Black American to get the message across, uh, and they're not linking you to trying to act like you're with a hate group just because some TikTokers. So again, we don't have to show our hand. The whitey man doesn't show his hand. Why do we got to show our hand? We could be slick too. So now, like, we know we're FBA. So you got an FBA brother kicking FBA core talking points, but under the name ethnic Black American, just to get the message out undetected. It's called, so we did in slavery. We sung songs in code. That's codified language. So all they're gonna wonder is like why is he saying ethnic Black American? But they're gonna know if it's that's a real thing. So they ain't gonna, you can come over here. So they're gonna know that's a real thing. Like, okay, you won't get too much pushback. But you have FBAs. I'm sure you have some tethers playing like the FBA, toxifying the word FBA. So you don't forget, I'm a chess teacher, so I know there's different tactics, strategies to get to the goal, which is checkmate. So you have different opening tactics. They all of them can get the job done, but they can't get the job done when that person has a specific defense, right? So when that person if that person have a specific defense, guess what? It's designed to block a queen side attack. It might be designed to block a king side attack. It might be designed to block an attack up the middle. So what you do is you go at the defense weak points. Since it's designed to stop a queen side attack, you attack the middle or the king side attack. You don't go at the queen side. That's a fool. You're playing into their opening. So if that news place is designed to flag FBA, you don't. That's their defense. You don't play into their defense. You play away from the defense. So you say, all right, okay, I'm gonna say Freedman, and you can like bring it to them like real slick. You can say, yeah, man, I want to thank Abraham Lincoln. To me, he's the greatest president. But whatever finesse where you got. Hey, I just want someone to thank Abraham Lincoln because to me, he's the greatest president, not Donald Trump. You're just playing into their, getting them to fall asleep. Yeah, because he freed us, and he set up freedmen bureaus and he called our ancestors freedmen. So out of respect for them and honor to them, I take on the word freedman. That's all. To me, it's interchangeable with Black American. So I'm a freedman. And then and you snuck freedman over them and you're saying freedman, and you're talking FBA talking points. Job well done. There's many ways to skin a cat. You dig? But what you don't do is play into the defense. If the cards are stacked against you, you find a way to get it done. Right? So I hope that makes sense. Shazam. Yeah, I was gonna say Shazam, but I like let me say Sazazi because Shazam is taken. I was gonna say Shibuki, that's taken. I was gonna say uh Shabazz, that's taken. So I couldn't even think of something. I said Shazazi, fuck it. So yeah, he says that's a cologne, an exclusive cologne. that's a certain scent from Creed, from the line of Creed. All right, family. Let me get out of here. Let me get my chest work out the way. Peace of the lineage. Appreciate all y'all, man. I'll be back. I'm definitely gonna keep up my professionalism on TikTok. I'm setting a standard. So you got the goofies who call in and they expect like a crazy back and forth, and they don't get it. And when I hold them to a scholarly standard, they all crack. They be like, oh wow. Even Revenue had to come professional, and he ain't come so trollish.